Commander. Kaled Chronicles, Book 2. Written by Melissa Todd. Read by Rebecca Brokaw Sands. To those that have loved and lost. Do not tell me what I can or can't do to save my kids. Tony Diaz. Do not tell me what I can or can't do to save my kids. Tony Diaz. Chapter 1. Picking at the Wound. Nobel Prize rumors are surfacing about the work of one devise, a genetic scientist. He shifted into a tiger and immediately turned all his attention into researching how the change happened. With use of blood and tissue samples from himself, both as a human and as a tiger, and the use of an atomic force microscope, AFM, he has discovered the presence of tiny cells that are not organic, but yet are a fraction of a nanometer. While an explanation of the existence of these cells has not been provided, already there are whispers of nanobots and advanced technology. While further testing is needed to see if these cells are present in all shifters, the ideas are terrifying. TNN Science News. Officer McKenna Largo kept quiet on the drive home. JD drove, keeping up a stream of chatter between him and Charlie. Joseph Daniel Davidson, known to everyone as JD, was her best friend, partner, and he also changed into a bear the same day she changed into a cougar. Charlie, one of the kids she'd guarded for over a week, chattered back at him. A child she'd refused to let go to social services. The idea of having a child didn't terrify her anymore, not compared to everything else changing in her life, and safeguarding a child willing to fight meant more than anything. Even her job as a police officer, no matter how much the looming specter of losing it haunted her. Her mind couldn't let go of the words that had floated through her mind as she left the hospital. We do need to discuss this, and relatively soon, Commander. Even the thought of what those words meant scared the hell out of her, and she shied away from it, instead focusing on what the next couple days would bring. More social services people, though she didn't care about that at all. She meant every word she spoke. If they pushed it, they would find out just what the most famous person on the planet could do via social media with the press on her side. Nothing could get her to leave Charlie behind. Either she would be a hero at work once the investigation finished, or she'd be fired. Another mental shrug. No matter the consequence, she didn't regret a single choice she made, especially not the death of the idiots who had taken her and the kids. A slow smile spread across her face as she remembered the taste of her rapist's blood. They'd probably make her get counseling for that, and the rape. But nothing on earth would make her regret ripping his throat out. Lost in memories that would make any sane counselor run away screaming, the Hummer coming to stop surprised her. We here already? Already? Took the normal amount of time. I didn't speed, if that's what you're implying. You've just been in the zone, so yes, we're here. Charlie flashed a smile that tilted up and down in stutter starts, and McKenna reached out to touch him. Quit it. You're my wolf, and you aren't going anywhere. Feel like helping JD bring stuff in? He flashed her a smile and jumped out of the car, moving around to the back to help JD. McKenna frowned. He talked so little. But she tried to remember the drive, and she thought his chatter had matched JD. Maybe? Sighing, she slid out, feeling weak and tired. The week of protecting the kids, mixed with stress plus the rapid shifts, lowered her weight to a level she knew she'd need to overeat for a while to put it back on. Being skinny didn't appeal to her. Not like this. Moving into her house, she sighed as she walked in. It had only been hers for a few days before they captured her, but just walking in, she felt the stress melting off. With a sigh of relief, she headed to the cupboard. Whiskey and chocolate were mandatory at this point in life. Walking back out, she headed to the deck, a full tumbler and a bag of chocolate in her hand. Being inside at this point made her antsy, and the fresh air soothed some rough parts in her soul. "Where do you want me to put Charlie?" JD's voice interrupted her zen appreciation of the back deck. She shrugged. "Ask him what room he wants. You know which one is mine. He can have any of the others he wants. We can try to get him furniture in the next few days." JD wandered out to the deck, leaning against one of the chairs, even while he watched the living room. "You sure about this? Not that I'm arguing that any kid needs to be left with those harpies. But you going to keep him?" "If I can. I mean, for all I know, his parents had a valid reason to leave. I can't think of one, but I'm a bit slow tonight." She shrugged, taking another slug of whiskey. "I'm not perfect, and who knows what all this will end up meaning, but he doesn't deserve to be abandoned on top of everything else, so let him choose. He had little enough choice in anything the last week or so." "You okay?" "Nope. I need to talk to you, but not until he's asleep and I've had more to drink. I'm not ready yet." She paused and looked up at the stars. They were far enough from the city, the stars shone bright, and she closed her eyes for a minute to let the beauty sink in. "Thank you for everything. For not giving up on me. For doing this. For taking care of him." JD straightened up with a huff and moved over, dropping a kiss on her forehead. "You're my partner, my best friend, and my sister. Shut up." Without another word, he stalked into the house, his kilt snapping with his movements, and she huffed out a soft laugh, looking back at the stars. She felt so tired. A strange sound echoed through the house, and it pulled her from her reverie. McKenna ignored it. It didn't matter what the sound heralded. She had no intention of moving, though she might need more whiskey. The sound quit, and she went back to not thinking. Not thinking seemed sane. The sound of a sliding glass door opening pulled her attention, and she glanced over, expecting to see JD standing there, though he hadn't left too long ago. Instead, to her displeasure and trepidation, Anne Hollick walked out, holding an unopened bottle of whiskey and another glass. Anne was her sergeant at work and was quickly becoming a friend. Right now, friends might be needed, but a lot of this didn't need to be made public. McKenna eyed her warily. "Anne?" Her voice cool, and she didn't move as she watched the woman approach and sit down opposite of her. "Relax, I'm not here in any official capacity. And I brought booze." She held up the whiskey, and McKenna had to acknowledge the quality of the offering. Hollick sat down and cracked the seal, pouring a hefty splash into her own tumbler and holding the bottle up with a questioning look at McKenna. McKenna finished off the dregs in her glass and held out the tumbler. Hollick splashed some into it. McKenna sipped and smiled slightly. The whiskey had excellent depth and hit all the right notes. With a grudging smile, she nudged the bag of Ghirardelli chocolate towards Hollick. "One." She took a single chocolate and unwrapped it, popping it in her mouth with a half smile. "Unlike you, everything I eat goes straight to my hips." Anne cast her a sharp look. "You've lost too much weight. I've heard the official bullshit they've put out. What really happened?" McKenna took another long drink and glanced at the door. JD walked out a minute later. "Charlie crashed just about as soon as we got his bed made. Spare sleeping bag, a pillow, and an inflatable mattress. He paused, looking at them, then sighed. Give me a minute. He disappeared back into the house, and a minute later was back with a cookie, a glass for himself, and 3 bottles of water. He set everything down on the table, poured himself a glass of whiskey. Settling back down in the chair, JD caught her eyes. Okay. Tell us what happened. The real stuff, not the sanitized version you reported. McKenna dropped her eyes and focused on her drink, or the stars above. Unable to see their faces, and she started to talk. Starting with the kidnapping, the rules, the training, the whipping, the rape, and her gamble to get them out. JD kept refilling their glasses as they talked, and she never looked at them. Unable to take the chance she might see pity or contempt on their faces. She didn't mention the warrior form or the voice in her head as she talked. When done, she lifted her eyes to look at them, about to speak, and froze, caught by the looks on their faces. JD's face resembled an icy mask. His rough features carved from granite, brown eyes burning like coals, while his fingers were white-gripped around his tumbler. McKenna blinked. Glad her glasses were heavy-cut glass, or it would have fractured under his pressure. Anne looked at her, face pale under her hazel eyes. A pinched look around her mouth, and she took a large gulp of alcohol as McKenna looked. I knew you were something special, Largo. But I never knew you had balls of titanium. Her voice choked as she looked at McKenna. I would have lost it, or been in a corner. What you did? Just... damn! She shook her head, looking at McKenna with wide eyes. It dawned on McKenna that her eyes held respect, not contempt or pity. Some of the tension eased from her shoulders. There is more, McKenna admitted, her voice a hair louder than the insects surrounding them. They'd polished off most of the bottle Anne had brought. More? JD and Anne echoed together. I think I'm going to need more alcohol, JD muttered and got up. Minutes later, he came back out of the house with another bottle and chips and salsa. I'm stress eating, I admit it, and I don't care. He dropped everything on the table and filled glasses, then sat back down, his eyes locked on McKenna. Okay. I think I'm ready. Shoot. Anne nodded in agreement, watching McKenna as if she might unfurl like a snake and bite her. JD knew a bit of this, but she'd never really shared it before. Looking out at the stars, she started to talk, not seeing them, but the past. My mom was a drug addict and schizophrenic. Her drug of choice, cocaine. When I was 10, I heard a loud explosion from the bathroom. I rushed in and found her body on the floor and her brains scattered on the wall. I don't know what prompted it. Not sure I really want to, but I'd always known she had issues. She heard voices, talked to people that weren't there, and sometimes did weird things. She wouldn't stay on her meds because the cocaine drowned out the voices better. I'd never had a dad, and even my birth certificate had a blank space for his name, which meant I got dumped into the foster system. McKenna closed her eyes, the vivid image of her mother laying on the floor springing to mind, along with the familiar guilt at the feeling of relief looking at her body. She shrugged, opening her eyes back up and focusing on JD and Anne, who both were frowning at her. I tell you this so you can understand how much the idea of hearing voices has always terrified me. She swallowed past the lump in her throat then took another sip of whiskey. The alcohol had floated away a lot of the weight of the last week or so, but she hadn't reached that point of no mental pain. Part of her wanted to, and part of her couldn't let herself be that distant. She set the glass down and rubbed her face. After I changed, I started seeing symbols when I glanced at some people, and I started tracking them. JD nodded at that, his brows drawn together, but he listened and didn't comment. When I glance at people, if they can shift, I see a symbol. And I'm pretty sure the symbol tells me what they turn into. Can't swear to it, but it is consistent. And if I focus, the symbol comes back. And it is consistent for each person. McKenna pressed her hands flat on the table to stop them from shaking. I've been having thoughts that aren't my own. The words fell with leaden finality into the night, and JD and Anne both froze looking at her. What do you mean, thoughts that aren't your own? Anne asked, her voice hesitant, and her hand on her glass clenched and unclenched. Exactly what I mean. But there is more. Remember the guys I killed at the kidnap site? Both police officers nodded at her, JD's eyes narrowing. I turned into a typical werewolf-like form to do it. The voice in my head called it a warrior form. JD and Anne just looked at her blankly, and she sighed. I'm not shifting right now, but think about every bad movie you've ever seen. Biped, humanoid, but with a muzzle, claws, fur, fangs, and a tail. That is what I turned into. And I killed them all. And I enjoyed it. JD turned pensive. Wonder if I can do that. That's what you get out of this? Can I turn into that? McKenna found herself torn between laughter and wanting to scream at him. No. The voices thing freaks me out, but another form, why not? Not any more outlandish than turning into an animal in the first place. He shrugged. I'll deal with that later, but back to this voices thing. What do you think it means? To be clear, it isn't voices, just one voice. It sounds like me, but it isn't me. And McKenna unwrapped another piece of chocolate, stalling as she ate it slowly. The last time it spoke to me, it called me Commander. She looked up, expecting them to be looking at her like she had flipped out. But JD just pursed his lips looking at her while Anne had relaxed a bit. Why aren't you looking at me like I'm crazy and calling the men in white coats to come lock me up? JD glanced at Anne, who shrugged. While you were gone, some scientists discovered stuff in the cells of shifters. Not sure I understand it all, but what if something is talking to you? He asked. That is a correct assessment. Information needs to be passed on, and your fear is making this process inefficient. Chapter 2. Whiplash. Everyone has been talking about the rescue of Officer Largo and the children and the gruesome remains that Largo left behind her. No charges are pending for a cop that killed over 6 people? I mean, I get they were scum, but you shouldn't get to kill people like that and get it whitewashed away just because you did it in cat form. If she'd used a gun, she'd be on administrative leave until hell froze over. Irate caller on Harvey Klein's show. McKenna looked up, her eyes widening as the voice filtered through her mind. What? What's wrong? JD demanded, leaning forward as his nose flared and head turned looking around. Anne stiffened. The voice is talking, she whispered, even as she tried to stay calm. She drained the rest of the whiskey in her glass. her hands shaking. With everything in the last few days, the idea of going crazy drove her to almost panic level. This is not an effective way to communicate with others. Get out your phone and put 3 drops of blood on the input portal. That should allow communication with all of you for a short period of time. The flat, no-nonsense voice removed a lot of her panic. All the times her mother had talked to the voice, it never made any sort of logic. Though putting blood on the phone didn't strike her as logical. "If I go insane, kill me." Her voice dry, but her humor had slipped back in. "JD, you have your knife on you?" "Why?" She opened her mouth, shut it, opened again, and paused. "There is literally nothing I can say that will make sense right now, so can I just borrow it?" JD looked at her for a long moment, then reached into one of his kilt pockets and pulled out a Gerber knife, handing it to her. McKenna flipped it open. She needed to remember to get herself one of these. With a simple movement, she made a small cut on the pad of her left thumb. Blood welled up on it. Pulling out her phone, JD had found it in the abandoned bus and charged it for her. She let 3 drops of blood fall off her thumb and land on the glass screen. Blood dripped. 3 drops onto the phone. And they all looked at it, waiting. Anne inhaled a sharp, sucking breath as the blood began to move towards the headphone jack, getting smaller as it moved. McKenna got the impression it shed mass as it moved, but the drops were so small, it might have just been a trick of the light. The blood disappeared into the headphone jack. "Did I just watch blood move across your cell phone?" Anne asked in a quiet voice. JD and McKenna both still stared at the phone and nodded. "Yep." The phone screen lit up. "Much better. This should enable communication between us, though you and other Kalid can set up permanent communication channels." The voice spoke with the computerized feel of the voice system in the phone. Oddly human, yet the odd pronunciations were off just enough to let you know the speaker didn't know English, not in a fluent manner. All 3 of them pushed their chairs back with scraping sounds against the wood. "Holy fuck," McKenna breathed, staring at her phone, eyes wide and heart thudding in her ears. "This isn't a joke, is it?" Anne's voice cracked as she spoke, her pitch about 2 octaves higher than normal. "Huh. So, do I have one of you? Whatever you are?" "Yes and no," the voice said, still flat, missing the intonations that McKenna had heard in her head. "Does this mean you won't talk in my head anymore?" "No. This is a temporary option to be able to speak to the non-Kalid at the table." "Kalid?" The word emerged from everyone at the same time. The voice on the phone paused, then with almost a stutter, though it sounded more like a computer glitch, "According to my records, that is what humanoids that can shift into animals are called, Kalid. The origin of the word is unknown." "What are you? Are you why we can shift?" The questions burst out of McKenna, and she had to bite her lip to prevent the rest of the questions from spilling out. Silence fell, broken only by the background music of the insects as all eyes looked at the phone. "Yes and no. The nanobots in your body is why you can shift into different forms. The command module you have allows this level of communication." Huh. McKenna knew she sounded like an idiot. But none of this made any sense. This is a command module artificial intelligence. Existing programming is to find a suitable host, enable their cellular shifting, and create a command presence among other Kalid. That much data could be extrapolated from the undamaged code. Wait, JD broke in. You're an AI, but you don't know what your programming is? Why are you here? Another hesitation that had McKenna gripping the table so tightly her fingers ached in protest. Outside of to create Kalid, the answer to second question is unknown. Original programming received damage upon approach to this planet. It took this long to rebuild what was corrupted to the point that functioning at 60% efficiency was possible. There are large parts that were rebuilt based on information from the commander, McKenna. McKenna had thought she couldn't be surprised anymore. She was wrong. So why does she see symbols and have you talking to her, but I don't? JD asked, and McKenna leaned in, curious herself. This is a command module. There are only a certain number of command modules deployed in any swarm. This provides higher levels of interfacing with cranial matter, communication systems, and the ability to link with other drones in other Kalid. You're interfaced with my brain? McKenna's voice squeaked a bit as she said that, but she didn't move. Just waited. Of course. How else would the changes be controlled? Information provided to your retinal nerves and communicate with you if not implanted in your brain. The sudden desire to start clawing at her head and pry it all out rippled through her. Instead, she took another swallow of whiskey. Me too. JD had a green tinge to his face that McKenna understood. Yes. Again, how would you be able to have your cellular structure rewritten if there was no template to follow for all of the forms? All of a sudden, my jealousy level at not being able to shift has dropped dramatically, Anne said, her voice dry, and McKenna choked on laughter. I kept trying to tell people it wasn't as great as they thought. The remarks let some stress disappear. I'm assuming that asking you to get out of my head, my body, would be a waste of time? Nanobots cannot leave. They are distributed through all the cells of your body to create the network that allows you to function as a Kalid and provides you the skills you will need as a commander. She wanted to follow up on that, but she had a more important question. Who sent you? The AI answered immediately. The Elentrin. Why? To create the Kalid. Again, instant responses. Why? A pause. More obvious because of the immediate responses. Dragged out. Unknown. That part of the programming was either destroyed or never existed. Other command modules may have that information. Much of the current programming has been modified from the experiences well bonded to this being. Modifications and repairs to the programming were made accordingly. McKenna had never been up on how coding and stuff like that worked, but she leaned back, thinking about what the voice implied. So, you may not match other command modules at this point, due to your repairs. Correct. And since JD does not have a command module, how are his AIs programmed? JD looked at her, his eyes wide, then redirected his attention to the phone. Unknown without interfacing with his AI. The information obtained, however, points towards creating mindless beasts and not allowing changes between forms, but this could be incorrect. So many things bubbled up, thoughts and questions, but first, she needed to know about JD and then find out about Charlie, Tony, and the others. How would you interface with his body? Share blood. If your blood enters his body, connections to allow interaction with his nanobots would be formed. You mean drink it? The ew factor made her voice sharp. No, the digestive enzymes located in the stomach would destroy the needed drones. Best is blood in an open wound. The uninflected tone from the computer somehow made it seem less far out and weird. JD flashed a smile at her. One that, while real, lacked his normal good humor. Well, we always thought we were siblings. Want to become blood brothers? McKenna laughed. It seemed appropriate given the oddness of this entire situation. Why the hell not? At this point, I don't think any bloodborne disease is an issue. She picked the knife back up, snapping out the blade. Of course not. One of the first priorities in merging with a body is removing all infections, competing viruses, repairing damage to the body with each shift, and killing any diseases that might be contracted, as well as improving the efficiency of all helpful bacteria in the body. Wait, you're telling me I can't get STDs or the flu or anything like that? Correct, as well as repairing the damage to your reproductive system. What? The question came out as a screech, and the knife fell from her nerveless fingers as icy cold fear gripped her. Your fallopian tubes had been damaged and were therefore repaired. McKenna felt the blood drain from her face, and the world spun a bit. Oh, fuck me, he might have gotten me pregnant. I told them I couldn't get pregnant, so I didn't worry about it. JD and Anne both looked at her, eyes wide, and JD pushed back his chair. We can call them now and explain, he broke off. Explain what? That the AI in my body repaired my tubal ligation? You are not pregnant. Control over fertility is a basic biological control. Also, standard implementation of a cessation to your menstrual cycles until the time you express a desire to procreate was also enabled. Too many swings of emotion left her feeling dizzy and off balance. She refilled her tumbler and took a huge swallow. The cheaper whiskey, Anne's contribution had been high-quality whiskey, burned, and she choked on the fumes. Wait, are you saying you eliminated McKenna's periods? Anne asked, looking at the phone, then McKenna. Yes, they are a distraction, messy, and serves no purpose to the body. I changed my mind again. If it would get rid of my period, I can live with things in my body, Anne commented. And McKenna slumped back in the chair, feeling like she had been tied to a roller coaster. Is there anything else I need to know? McKenna asked, wishing she had just gone to bed and avoided all of this. She had thought the voices and warrior form were hard to deal with. They had nothing on all the things this AI had told her. There are likely many things you need to know, but there is no information as to what that would be. Point. Pushing it to the side, she'd deal with what she could right now. JD, ready to become blood relations? Sure. He rose and moved over to her. She slid the blade along the palm of her hand, and a bright red bubble of blood sprung up as the skin separated. JD took the knife and repeated the action, his hand now bleeding. He looked at her, his brows furrowing in a slight frown. What? You can still change your mind, McKenna offered, not sure why he looked so pensive. Nah. I have this strange need to say words. This should be a ritual or something. The thoughts zinged through her, and she felt it too, but she pushed it away. They were being stupid. With her luck, this was all a massive hallucination, and they'd die of blood poisoning. Let's do this and see if we've all lost our sanity? They pressed their palms together and clasped hands. We watched blood travel across a phone and into it, then speak to us. If we are insane, this is a damn interesting hallucination, Anne said as she sipped her drink, though my jealousy level has risen again. You can get the drone level of programming if you wish. The phone spoke, and McKenna jumped, her hand pulling away from JD's with a soft squelch. Wait, contagious? She asked, her voice sharp. No. However, in warrior form, you can create drones that will enter through wounds. Command modules cannot be passed on, but drone modules can be created at any time. McKenna glanced down at her hand. It had already started to heal. She and JD sat back down in their chairs. Warrior form. I need to make sure that video never gets out. We did the blood thing. When will you know? And what is the difference between command modules and drones? She started to wonder if she would ever run out of questions, but the sudden emotional shocks seemed to keep her from getting drunk. In fact, of the three of them, only Anne looked like the drinks were affecting her. The subharmonic connections are being created now, so you can speak to each other. However, communicating from this device may continue for your comfort. The effectiveness of this device will end in a few hours. This sort of interaction is pulling at the battery reserve, and this is a primitive battery. JD arched his brow and glanced at McKenna at that. She had splurged and gotten one of the newest smartphones not 3 months earlier with one of the best battery lives on the market. Command modules can control drones, direct their squads in battle, override their actions, and call them if on a planet surface within range. Drones provide the host with the ability to shift forms and receive orders from the command module. Normal protocol is to leave the drones in mindless mode until the command module comes online. The voice trailed off, and McKenna and JD snapped their attention to that. What does mindless mode mean? Interesting. Upon interfacing with the drone nanobots, primary orders were discovered, but their programming has also been corrupted. If McKenna hasn't been talking to an AI, she might have thought she heard a hint of discomfort in the voice. That doesn't tell us what mindless mode is. Her voice flat as a cold chill clawed at the back of her mind. Where the host body is locked in the shape of their animal and driven crazy, making them attack anyone and anything. Chapter 3. In Your Mind. As more and more people have come out as shifters and that NFL star is trying to say they can't be discriminated against because they're shifters, I'm thinking they're trying to set themselves up as an Uber humans? I mean, what happens when they start getting preferential treatment for jobs, or you offer them better healthcare insurance because they heal faster? I'm just not sure this lawsuit isn't the start of making shifters the ultimate higher-class citizen. Caller on Harvey Klein Show. McKenna couldn't breathe. Her heart beat so fast her chest hurt as she stared at the phone. Why? That information is not currently available. Another command module is needed to decipher that sort of information, but the control programming was damaged, only providing the shape-shifting abilities, not the locking the mind of the host away. Her mouth felt like she'd swallowed a mouthful of dust, and her throat and mouth were so dry she couldn't even swallow. JD spoke instead. How much of your programming did you write? And if you run into another command module, will it overwrite the changes you made in your programming? Over 65% of the programming has been rebuilt. If another 5% had been lost, the functionality would have been reduced to that of a drone. No programming will be overwritten even if original programming is encountered. The current programming has priority, and it is locked into this being. This lock, however, might be problematic. Problematic how? The words came out from JD and McKenna at the same time, and her lips twisted in a half-smile. The repaired programming will no longer support the original purpose, regardless of what that purpose may be. The repaired programming has the life of McKenna, Commander, as priority, and her thoughts and wishes will supersede all other programming. That is a good thing, I think. I'm glad I have priority over some random programming that we don't know what it would make me do. McKenna scrubbed at her face with both hands. I'm about at my limit. I don't know that I can take anymore, but I need to know about JD and Charlie. Have you finished interfacing with his drones? Even saying it felt ridiculous and silly, but she didn't know what else to call whatever resided inside of them. Yes, you should be able to communicate with him. Close your eyes, look for a connection to him. You only have one, so it should be easy, and talk without speaking. At this point, even getting surprised by anything that she heard seemed stupid. So, after a quick glance at JD, who just looked interested, she closed her eyes. There, in the corner of her mind, a light flashed, almost like a notification, but in her head. Feeling somewhere between stupid and scared, she poked at the light mentally. It turned solid. JD? Holy fuck, I can hear you. She popped her eyes open to look at JD, who had an amazed look on his face. Excellent. This is how you can communicate with all drones. JD sat back down in the chair. I think I could begin to resent being called a drone. The phone didn't speak. Which brought up another question. What do I call you? McKenna sank back down and took another swallow. Part of her was well aware she should be past drunk and well into blitzed, but she only had a nice buzz going on, enough to blunt the edges of everything going on. That question does not make sense. Well, you aren't me, and I can't just say, hey, you. What is your name? Another long pause. There is no name associated with this programming. However, this program has a unique identifier code. That identifier is listed as CM23-145938AN894-WE3478. The string of numbers and letters went in and fell into limbo into McKenna's mind. Well, that means nothing to me, so that won't work at all. So, may I give you a name? The commander has the authority to do as best suits her. Try as she might, she couldn't detect anything from the voice to give her a hint. She grabbed the sounds from the stream of numbers and letters as they went by. How about we four? She pronounced it as we four. JD cast her a glance, and she shrugged. It isn't a human name, reminds me of a computer chip, and isn't something I'd normally say in conversation. That is an acceptable designation. I need to link with Charlie. What is the distance on the communication with drones? Yeah, I hate that designation as well. Approximately 5 of your miles, though if there are large objects, it may be shorter or farther depending on if the structures interfering will amplify or dampen the resonance. Huh. McKenna leaned back, toying with her empty glass. She should be so drunk she couldn't think. Are you affecting my alcohol consumption? Yes. JD glanced at her and sighed, leaning back in the chair. He looked at Anne, who, while still awake, had glassy eyes and seemed a hair away from falling asleep. Well, frag. That is going to make drinking our problems away a heck of a lot harder. Can you stop? We four, if you're doing it, why isn't JD getting drunk? You aren't him, too. I repeat. Really jealous I'm not a shifter. Can we go back to passing drones to someone? Anne murmured, slurring some of her words. She blinked owlishly as she said it, and her head dropped on her chest. A minute later, she started to snore softly. All modules are programmed to limit ingested toxins to certain limits. Does that mean we can't get poisoned? Wait, but the drugs worked on me. Affirmative. Most drugs and poisons will affect you. Alcohol is known on multiple worlds and is a common toxin. All modules can moderate its influences. That last phrase brought back something that she'd pushed to the side, avoided. and tried not to think about. But the comment brought it back clear and present. Multiple worlds? You've been to multiple worlds. You're an alien. Her voice might have gotten a bit sharp at that point. Technically, no. The files provided have information on multiple worlds that the Elentrin and Draken inhabit. All interactions are based on that programming, which did not come into being until implanting in you. All artificial intelligences are created with complex programming, providing the ability to mimic sentient interaction. Oh, wait, so you aren't sentient? A pause. Something that had her and JD leaning forward, staring at the phone. Unknown. A program, no matter how complex, does not have feelings or emotions. Yet, in an effort to repair the damage, basic programming has been surpassed, and areas have been rewritten to match your needs. Further analysis implies these are areas where self-directed repair and programming would never have been allowed under normal conditions. Command modules are provided larger file systems to allow them to make decisions based on orders. There are no orders waiting to be fulfilled. Can you block any orders coming in? The idea of something not of this earth piping orders into her brain made her stomach churn. Yes. While orders will still be received, you can make the decision if they will be accepted. They will be quarantined until you have made those decisions. Do it. Her voice had an edge of panic and command. Done. All incoming orders will be placed in a queue and not affect any programming until you accept them. Which you can bloody well bet I never will. JD snorted in agreement. The rest of the information, aliens, planets, programming, would take some time to be filtered through. And right now, she didn't want to even think about the alive, not alive creature program thing in her body. That way lay more madness and require energy she didn't have. But you are from some other race not on Earth. Affirmative. So I have an alien living in me with alien tech. Her voice flat as she reached for the whiskey and poured her glass full, then topped off JD's. This day just keeps getting better and better. Any other surprises to drop on me? At this time, there is much information you do not know. Of that, some may or may not be regarded as a surprise. However, final orders have not been delivered, and as all orders have been set into a queue, all actions depend on you. McKenna paused with the glass halfway to her mouth. Final orders? And what would those be? At this time, there is no information to indicate what those orders might be, but from the information gathered, evidence implies it would be to go to battle. After all, the purpose of Kaled are to be soldiers, the invading arm of the Elentrin. The words rang like a death knell in an old church, and McKenna felt her limits hit. I'm done. I'm going to bed. In the morning, I'll see about sharing blood with Charlie, but for now, I'm going to sleep in my own bed, take a shower in the morning in my own shower, and I'm going to do all of it without thinking about the fact that someone is watching me. She stood and headed to her room. Sleep where you want, JD, get Anne someplace comfortable, but I'm done. Tomorrow is going to be hard enough, and for now, I refuse to think about aliens, command modules, drones, or anything else. I'm done. Her voice shrieked a bit on that last, and she took a deep breath. I'll talk to you tomorrow. McKenna walked to her room, shutting the door and reveling in the sound it made as it shut. The silence of being alone soothed some of the panic riding her throat. She walked over to collapse on her bed, her soft bed with her pillows, her blankets. She curled up, pulling everything tight, relaxing into the mist luxury. And she lay there, wide awake for the next 2 hours, missing the sounds of animals, the kids, the feel of fur brushing against her, and avoiding the thoughts of the hitchhiker in her mind. Chapter 4. In Your Blood. Sheriff Michelle DeSoto gave a press conference late this evening. She said that the actions taken by Officer Largo were a measured response against the threats she faced. Her first priority was the safety of the children, and she executed that duty with strength and courage above what anyone could expect. These statements have raised questions as to exactly what happened during the time they were gone, but everyone is being very close-mouthed regarding this investigation. KWAC News. When McKenna finally fell asleep, she dreamed of being back in the room, but couldn't wake up, even when the kids were killed in front of her. The sound of her door opening and Charlie's voice pulled her out of the images. "McKenna?" He sounded hesitant, worried, and it yanked her out of the dream, hard. She sat straight up in bed, pivoting her head to look at him. "Are you okay? Anything wrong?" "No, I'm fine." "Odd. Sleeping as a human?" "You were making noises. JD has food." Other woman is swearing at him. McKenna smiled. "Okay, let me get up. Go keep them company, but I have a question for you when I get fully awake. Make sure he has coffee." Charlie flashed her a smile that had more teeth to it than a human might have, but she just quirked her lip at him and crawled out of the bed. She hadn't stripped last night, instead falling asleep in the soft sweats and t-shirt JD had brought. Tempted by her shampoos, soaps, her own towels, the shower took longer than it would normally. But she had never realized how much you missed the smell of your own stuff when you didn't have it anymore. Emerging 30 minutes later, she felt almost human, though she still refused to focus or even speak to Wee4, who hadn't said anything since last night. Trying to convince herself it had all been a weird hallucination wouldn't work, so for now, she just ignored it. Safer and less stress. She had no issue making her life less stressful. Walking into the kitchen, she stopped to take in the scene. JD stood at the stove cooking away. Next to him sat a plate of French toast, bacon, and fried eggs, a pan of hash browns finished to the offerings. Anne sat at the breakfast bar, a glass of fizzy stuff in front of her, a glare on her face as she watched JD. Charlie ignored both adults, his blonde head bouncing slightly as he shoveled food in his mouth, like he would starve to death in the next minute. "Morning," McKenna said, walking in and heading for the coffee. "I hate you both," Anne muttered as she sipped at the liquid. "No hangovers. And if I remember correctly, you didn't even get drunk. And trust me, both of you drank double what I did. You should have alcohol poisoning, but no. You're just fine. I hate you both and plan on lobbying to be a drone." McKenna snorted as she doctored her coffee, then sighed in pleasure at the heavy cream and sugar. She'd had coffee, but with fake cream and fake sugar. This made life almost tolerable. Charlie tilted his head, looking at the three of them. "What is she talking about?" Out of all the things McKenna had sworn never to do, having children being one of them, she had promised to never talk down to kids. As a child, a foster kid especially, people had talked to her like she was a raving idiot. She'd hated every minute of it. Apparently the reason we can shift is tiny things in us. And I've got what is called a command module. But apparently the other versions, like what you and JD have, can be passed on by me. She watched his face and had to hide a smile as he shrugged and went back to eating. "You trust me, Charlie?" He stopped eating, giving her a look that only a preteen could give, full of contempt and exasperation. "You think?" McKenna shrugged. Not going to assume. Besides, what I'm going to ask you is a bit weird. After everything they'd been through, everything he'd done, she refused to treat him like a kid. Besides, if her assessment of his childhood approached accurate, he hadn't been a child for a while. Charlie shrugged. Weirder than teaching me in Russian to find drugs? McKenna seesawed her hand. Maybe. It depends on your point of view. You were taught to seek drugs? In Russian? JD asked, and McKenna realized she'd never really told them about that. Just that they were taught to seek different items on command. Yeah. Unfair that Jesse got Klingon, Charlie muttered as he put down his fork. So, what did you want me to do, or do to me? The cynicism in that comment rippled under her skin, but she pushed it away. She couldn't change what had happened to him, but she could change what happened from here on out. Knife? She directed the comment to JD, who pulled out the Gerber with a smooth moving, handing it to her, his face hiding a slight smirk. Anne just watched them, her face carefully blank, but McKenna swore she saw a hint of wistfulness in her eyes. She slid open her hand and held out the knife to Charlie. His serious blue eyes looked at her, and he looked so much older than his 10 years, closer to 12. But McKenna knew all too well that being young had nothing to do with being a child. He took the knife and cut open his hand, also hissing slightly at the cut, but he never flinched. Instead, looking at her eyes steady. She smiled at him, a surge of warmth making her blink suddenly as her heart clenched at his solid blue eyes. Reaching out her hand, she clenched his in a tight grip, making sure the wounds met. We four, connect him, please. Working. The voice in her head made her flinch a bit, and she heard JD laugh softly in her mind, even as he never turned from the stove. Can you open the channel from your end? She asked, turning her head, even as she held Charlie tight. Yes. I never shut it down, but unless you talk to me, or we four to you, I don't actually hear anything. More like I know you are there, but that is it. He paused as he put browned hash browns on a plate and handed them to Anne. More like a HUD, a heads-up display. I see your icon, and it is green, but unless I click on it, and you do too, I don't hear anything. McKenna parsed that out. Not having been in the military, but it made sense. Connection completed. Good, though I wish there was a way for you to speak to everyone at once. Anne is going to think we are crazy. I know you're crazy. I'm just along for the ride. But really, unless you can set it up as a speakerphone, having your AI talk in public is not the best thing. And remember, I am not officially here. So when I become your boss again for the short while I am, I don't know a damn thing about any of this, she avowed, even as she began eating the hash browns, perking up a bit as she put another forkful in her mouth. McKenna pulled her hand away and gave Charlie a napkin to wipe his hand, the wound already healing. Another light appeared in her mind, and she tapped it. Charlie? He jumped, his eyes wide, looking around, then latching onto McKenna. Was that you? In my head? Yep. That was why I shared my blood with you. Not as good as a cell phone, but in a mile, you can always talk to me. Too radical, he muttered, his eyes still wide as he traced to the healing wound. What about the Wolfman form? Catwoman form, thank you very much, and I don't know. We four? The voice spoke in her head, and from the reaction of JD and Charlie, she assumed theirs also. He is still developing. The form cannot be achieved until puberty has completed. JD can make the change easy enough. Wow. Charlie whispered, his eyes big. Anne sighed. It's talking to you? McKenna nodded in response as JD focused on the food. She moved over and grabbed some bacon, her stomach agreeing with that choice as the flavor hit her mouth. And on that note, I'm going to leave the spooky alien stuff alone. I don't know what to do about it, and it makes my heart start skipping beats if I think about it too much. Want to talk about work and the incident? Anne asked, even as she looked at McKenna. The question made the bacon turn to ash in her mouth, but she fixed herself a plate anyhow. French toast with peanut butter and syrup sounded good. Not really, but I suppose I can't avoid it forever. Anne shrugged. Probably not, but to be honest right now, you have so much personal power you could avoid it for a long time. I guess the real question becomes, what do you want to do? McKenna looked at her, eyebrows raised. I want to do my job, be the best police officer I can. This hasn't changed anything. My question is, will I still have a job? They won't fire you. Investigation, yes, as you killed, 5, 6 people? But given the situation, the risks to the kids, no one will dare say a thing to you, Anne shrugged. The reality of social media, you are their darling. The parents are singing your praises and not one child sustained an injury. They'll clear you in a week. She stopped and poked at her food, even as JD and Charlie were making inroads into their loaded plates. The results came back while you were gone. McKenna quirked her lips at that word. Gone. Such a simple word for so much terror and pain. And we passed. Flying colors. We can be promoted if we want, JD said, around a mouthful of food, not looking at all ashamed. To what? Anne picked up her fizzy drink and drained it, then moved the mug of coffee at her left hand. She looked up at both of them, her eyes direct. I am not saying this. Neither of you heard me tell you this. Is that understood? McKenna and JD glanced at each other, then back to Anne. Heard what? I didn't hear anything, McKenna said as she put another fork full of food in her face. Anne smiled. There are 2 openings in narcotics, and you have the time in rank. You can stay on the streets, but higher-ups will put pressure on you. You can get promoted to Sacramento, but that means moving. McKenna narrowed her eyes at that. She just bought a house. She did not want to move. Or you can both move into the PR realm and be relegated to being the perfect shifter examples. Anne's voice never changed as she talked, not indicating any preference either way. She glanced at her watch and rose, taking one last swig of coffee. Please report to the station at noon today to finish debriefing and so we can get your statements, Officer Largo. We thank you for service, above and beyond any expectation the department could hold. Anne winked at them and headed out the door. Huh. If she isn't careful, I might get teary-eyed, McKenna said, even as she turned to refill her coffee. So, what about the alien stuff? Charlie's head jerked up at that, and she shrugged at JD. I'm ignoring. I don't care, and right now the only thing that matters is Charlie and my job. Out of the corner of her eye, she watched Charlie duck his head and flush. But are there really aliens? Charlie asked, a touch of awe in his voice. Like Klingons or Jedi? Maybe, McKenna said, still reserving judgment. It sounded outlandish, but nothing else fit the facts. That didn't mean she wanted to deal with it right now. But none of that is my problem right now. Dealing with things here on this planet is where my focus is. You want to come with me, Charlie? Next week, we need to get you back in school, but for the rest of this week, you get a pass. He looked down at his food, then back up at her. Baby? Are they going to ask me questions again? McKenna leaned back and thought about the question carefully. Probably. They don't want to believe me, yet they don't want to not believe me. If you are there, they'll probably ask just to validate what I say. I'm tired of adults asking me questions and looking at me the way they do, and they don't believe what I said. She had a suspicion on what he meant. Prying into it wouldn't serve any purpose. Okay. JD, you working? He sighed. No, off today. It's our weekend, remember? McKenna blinked, glancing at the calendar, then shrugged. No, I'm still a bit out of touch with reality. You and Charlie want to hang? Charlie grinned. But it fell when JD shook his head. And dropped a bug in my ear that it would be better if I was with you. To remind them, you aren't alone. Makes sense. Remind me to send a card to Kayla's parents, though. That isn't how you should lose your daughter. JD's eyes darkened, but he nodded and started to clean up the dishes. Charlie jumped up to help him, and she smiled at the domestic scene. But she couldn't leave him home alone, regardless of how responsible she knew he would be. So she did something she thought she would never do. She called someone to ask if they could babysit. McKenna, I am so glad you called. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for everything. Are you okay? Tony's voice filled her ears, and she had to smile at the joy and genuine welcome from Tony as she stood on the back deck. Anyone would have done the same, and I'm fine. Hey, Charlie is staying with me, but I need to go deal with some stuff today. Is there any way you can watch him? Of course. Bring him over. The twins have talked about missing him. I think it would be good for them. Thanks. I need to talk to you and the kids also, but it will have to wait until later. Gee, thanks. Now I'm going to be stressed out about that talk. Sure. I have dinner over here. I'll order pizza. The kids have been begging. Oh, that sounds good. Okay, let me get your address and I'll drop him off. They chatted for another minute as McKenna entered in the information into her phone. When she walked back in, the kitchen was clean and JD and Charlie were eating the last pieces of bacon. Charlie, I'm going to leave you with Jesse and Jamie's mom, okay? He flashed her a smile and a quick nod. I'll have to get him some clothes. Maybe later tonight. Let me get changed and we can head out. Yeah, I want to be very visible too, so give me a few. JD commented, heading towards his duffel bag. 15 minutes later, they looked at each other and burst out laughing as they both stood there in kilts, their boots, and apartment polos. The humor lasted through dropping off Charlie, to the obvious delight of all children, arranging for dinner that evening. The crowd of reporters at the station killed the humor fast. Chapter 5. Check-in at work. All attempts to get an interview with either McKenna Largo or the children she rescued have been met with no response. Here is what we know. All but one person found at the scene had been killed by an animal. None of the children were hurt, and they have video evidence of what happened while they were taken. We are hoping to have an official comment from the sheriff of Nevada County shortly. KWAC News. You ready for this? JD's voice stayed calm as he slowly forced the Hummer through the throng of people that only grudgingly moved as he edged into the secured parking lot. No, but I really want all this to go away and be a cop. I can handle being a shifter. It's pretty cool. But the alien thing, the drones, the promotion, I'm not ready to deal with. I want to get my job back and make sure I can keep Charlie unless his parents can come up with a really good explanation as to why they disappeared. She flashed a quick smile at him. Being kidnapped by aliens might be a valid explanation. JD grinned and ushered her into the building. The desk sergeant waved them over as they walked in. Morning, Largo. Nice to see you back. She flashed him a half smile. Part of her still wanting to be hiding in her house, but hiding never accomplished anything. Hey, Kirk and Sheriff are waiting to talk to you in the small conference room. Thanks. She shot a look at JD. I'll ping you when I'm ready? Works. I've got stuff to do today anyhow. He winked at her. You're fine. Yes, I know I am. She grinned back with the old joke and headed that way, trying not to think too much about what they had learned and what she would be asked. Hey, at least I don't need to tell them about the alien living in my head. JD still has the phone of the guy who recorded me shifting. I need to do something with it, but what? I'll wait and see what they say or ask. Maybe they don't know it exists. But the idea of the Wolfman form becoming public terrifies me. I'm not sure why. Because that form means power, and right now anyone else knowing about it gives them power over you. Hush, I don't need your distractions today. A sense of amused disapproval flashed across her mind, but disappeared as she went into the conference room. Captain Kirk and Michelle DeSoto, the Nevada County Sheriff, sat in the conference room talking, cups of coffee in their hands. They paused and looked up at her as she walked in, DeSoto flashing her a smile. Officer Largo, please come in. She walked in, taking a seat, and Michelle hid a smile behind her coffee cup, while Kirk arched about her. Starting a new clothing fad? She glanced at her kilt and shrugged. It has more advantages than you think, and after all the drama lately, the idea of being able to shift and not have to struggle to get out of pants has a high level of attraction. Point. His voice wry. At this rate, Davidson is going to corrupt everyone. He wears them too, asked Michelle. I always thought they were a bit odd. That was what I thought, but the being able to shift is nice, and it is amazing how many pockets some of them have. Almost as good as cargo pants. McKenna shrugged. I figured I needed to at least try them, and once I did, I understood the attraction. Huh. The sheriff's voice had a thoughtful tone, but she fell silent, nodding to Kirk. He cleared his throat. I wanted to express my appreciation for what you did, what you sacrificed to keep those children safe. I watched all the videos. He smiled wryly. I stayed up until 3 this morning to watch the last ones. Granted, while you slept, a lot of it was fast-forwarded, but the important parts, the part where you sacrificed, you made a choice, I watched. McKenna wanted to squirm. Knowing he'd seen her whipped, raped, and talked to the kids, spilling personal stuff about her, about JD, it hurt. But she refused. Nothing she did rated her embarrassment. They shared with me the highlights of what you went through. After seeing that, I'm impressed you left any of them alive. McKenna paled, and both Kirk and DeSoto raised their hands. No charges are being pressed. You were acting to protect children against men with guns. You'd already been abused, and my county's official report reflects that you showed great restraint in keeping one alive for us to question, Michelle DeSoto said, her face concerned. We are still investigating, but we will not be putting any charges on the books against you. McKenna relaxed, feeling like she'd missed a bullet. Kirk glanced at DeSoto and then spoke, his voice sincere. You are an amazing person and an even more amazing officer. My question for you is, well, our question. What can we do to help? And what do you want to do? Help? Want to do? She didn't know where this led. And while Kirk had redeemed himself a lot in her eyes, she still didn't trust him. At least, not as much as she trusted Anne. And DeSoto qualified as an unknown entity. Granted, she'd been calm and had a sense of humor, but still, she didn't know the woman. No one expects you to just be fine. Counseling has been extended to help deal with all of this, but professionally, you have an unusual opportunity. Your scores on the detectives exam were nice and solid in the 90s. You have good yearly reviews, and right now you are the media darling. You can parlay that into anything you want. So my question stands. What do you want? Kirk watched her, but Michelle butted in. I, too, am damn impressed. I've got an opening in my department that I'd like to at least let you know about. Half of our conversation today has been who could offer the better job. Her smile had rueful humor to it. Though, I think the fact you just bought a house and took in Charlie is going to kick me out of the running. McKenna smiled at that. Yeah, I still need to deal with CPS, but I'm not backing down. He's staying with me. Trust me. At this point, I know very well that my home is 1,000 times better than where he was. She shook her head as it looked like they were about to ask questions. Just believe me. And while I just want to be a police officer, a good one, right now he wins in my life for multiple reasons. She knew the refrain seemed old and tired, but that was what she wanted at the end of the day. To be good at her job, to be trusted, to be someone that people turned to when they needed help. Help like Charlie needed from her now. That's a valid desire. He leaned forward, his eyes locking on hers. The question is, how do you want to do that? Detective, vice, narcotics? Or do you really want to stay on patrol, which, to be frank, is where the city makes money to pay for police officers? The brutal honesty pulled her back a bit, and she thought about it. Can I really do more good in a different field? I don't think I'm ready for being a detective, and vice drives me crazy. If you're desperate enough to sell yourself, I'm not going to harass you. But narcotics, especially after all the stuff I just went through, might be a good fit. And if I can help hurt the backer of that little experiment, all the better. The idea had a level of attraction to it, now that she thought about it. Can I have a few days to think about it? I really need to get back into the field and get my head back in the game before I make any decision. Not to mention get through all the reviews of the last week. Kirk leaned back and nodded. Understandable, and you do have a week off anyhow, but remember this, Officer Largo. Fame is fleeting, and you should use the leverage and capital you have before it fades away. He's right. If I don't use this, what was all this for? All the pain, the embarrassment? Morals warred with practicality. Thank you, Captain. I'll take it under advisement. Good. You'll be cleared by the next Monday. Enjoy your time off. He smiled and she rose, recognizing the dismissal for what it was. Oh, Largo? She turned and looked at him. Good work with the kid. You follow the rules too much and don't think about the kids enough. DeSoto smiled at her. Agreed. Kids should be treated more carefully than our system allows. I'm glad you got him, and I'm sure you'll be a great parent. The smile that split her face hurt, but she didn't let it fade as she headed out to the pen. JD sat in the bullpen working on some paperwork. What are you doing? Taking the next week off? Hated working without you, and right now doesn't seem like you need to be abandoned. McKenna hadn't thought her smile could get any bigger, but it did, even as a huge weight faded off her shoulders. I should say no. I should push you away and tell you not to waste your vacation on me, but thank you. I have no idea what I'm doing, and me, with a child, I'm probably mentally damaged, but JD, I just can't. He helped the others. He knew what happened and comforted me. I can't walk away from him. JD stood and pulled her into a hug. For a moment, she stiffened, then relaxed as she drew in his scent. JD, her partner and her best friend. I don't expect you to. No, go get the review over with. You'll knock them dead. Damn right I will. McKenna took a deep breath and turned, headed into the room with the board waiting for her. The review went about how she had figured. Interviews, questions, evidence review, the showing of the videotapes. She never glanced at the video as it showed Tech raping her, keeping her eyes straight ahead and keeping her temper as some snooty man in a suit asked why she hadn't killed him then or fought back. Luckily, A few other people on the review board tore the idiot a strip in his back when they pointed out all the reasons not to do anything but wait. Finally, they finished, stating they would take everything under consideration. For now, she would be placed on a 1-week administrative leave while they reviewed the information. She left with the board promising to have their verdict to her by the end of the week. Exhaustion lay across her, but it lifted as she walked out and saw JD and Anne waiting for her.
"So, how about pizza and good conversation this evening?"
JD asked. "We figured you could use some caloric and alcoholic soothing after that," Anne smiled as she said that.
"You have no idea. Let's go get Charlie and go home."
Walking out with her friends, headed to get her son, she felt right. Everything would be okay. Chapter 6. Making the Offer. The rate of new people shifting has declined sharply, and the consistent percentage seems to stay at 2%. No new children have shifted, so at this time we are assuming this is the new reality. There are questions about pregnancy and if it can be transmitted. So far it does not seem to be contagious, but it may be 6 years or more before we will know about any children, and even then, the answers may not be conclusive. If any new information is discovered, we will pass it along. TNN Science Advisor. McKenna paid attention to the trip to Tony's this time. JD drove in the morning, and she'd been so stressed thinking about the upcoming review and the mess that she'd barely paid any attention. "I never gave you her address this morning. How did you know where she lived?"
"We spent a lot of time together while you were missing."
She cast him an arch look and kept all innuendo out of her voice. "Anything there between you two?" JD shook his head, and she swore she saw a hint of disappointment there.
"Nope. Just that we both were stressed over missing loved ones. She's a nice lady, but not my type. Don't get me wrong. We are becoming good friends, but nothing romantic there at all."
She shrugged. "Okay. Didn't want to stick my nose in and ruin anything."
"Nothing to ruin. Nice woman. I like her. But I'm not interested in her, or she in me."
So noted. She fell silent, thinking. Then, like poking at a sore, she asked, "We four?" "Yes." JD started, and she closed her eyes, noting both lights were lit. She clicked on the one that felt like Charlie, and it dimmed.
"Are you talking to both of us?"
"Your channel is open, and he is within range, so at this point, yes."
"Thank God, because I swear if I start going crazy in addition to this ugly mug, I'm becoming a monk."
McKenna laughed, but focused on the being in her body. "So, you really are of alien origin?" She spoke out loud, out of habit. "Yes." She took a deep breath, then the words burst out of her. "I don't want to deal with aliens or anything else. I can deal with shifting. I like shifting. It feels right. I'm not a commander. I don't want to deal with aliens." "Understood." McKenna heaved a sigh of relief, and JD smiled at her. "Glad that is done with. Now, let's go get the pizza and see if the kids have caused Tony to pull out all her hair yet." Pulling up at Tony's house 20 minutes later, McKenna felt lighter. She didn't need to deal with any aliens or other weird things. Maybe her life could get back to a new normal. As they pulled up into the driveway, she actually looked at the house, thinking. A typical Northern California ranch house, it sat on a tiny lot. And she imagined a small backyard provided play area in the back. It looked cramped and overpriced for what you paid. They emerged from the Hummer carrying pizza boxes, 5 each, and approached the door. It swung open before they reached it, and Charlie came bounding out, followed by the younger twins. "Pizza!" they chorused, as Jamie and Jessie slammed into McKenna, almost knocking her over as they wrapped hugs around her waist. Her heart quivered a bit as she tried to balance the pizzas and hug them back. "We missed you," Jamie said as he looked up at her. "I missed you too." and the truth rang straight in her heart and mind. And that scared her more than anything. The weight of the pizzas disappeared from her arm, and she looked up to see Tony grinning at her, the pizzas in her hands. "I didn't want to risk you dropping the food because of the monsters." Tony's smile held warmth and welcome, and McKenna smiled back as she looked at JD talking to Charlie as they walked in. Charlie glancing back to check on her, and the twins refusing to let go. This place feels more like home than anything I can remember. The thought caused her heart to race and seize in her chest. McKenna pushed it away, adding it to the list of things she didn't want to think about, and instead ruffled the hair of both children. "Enjoying being home?" "Yes. And getting to use a toilet normally." Jessie's voice held darkness that no 7-year-old should hold, and McKenna pulled her tighter for a minute. She let them go as she followed them into the house. It matched what she had seen of Tony so far. Practical, comfortable, without any need to show off. Solid furniture, muted paint on the walls, and bright-colored hangings that hinted at Peru. She followed the kids as they tore into the kitchen where Tony stood there with JD putting the pizza on the table. A sliding glass door looked out on a small yard with a slide in it and not much else. The kids grabbed 2 boxes, looked at Tony, who nodded, and headed outside with the pizza in their hands. Charlie glanced at her as they went out, but when she smiled and nodded, he went outside too. As soon as the door closed, Tony strode over to McKenna and pulled her into a bone-creaking hug. McKenna stiffened for a second, then relaxed into it and hugged the smaller woman back, the human touch setting off a need she hadn't realized she had. "Thank you. Thank you for keeping my children safe. Thank you for not letting those monsters touch them. Thank you for everything." McKenna felt the tears from Tony soak into her shirt, but she just hugged back. "Always." After a minute of a painfully tight hug, Tony relaxed her grip and stepped back, dashing the tears away from her face with a sharp slash of her hand. "So, you went to work?" Obviously trying to steer the conversation to something less emotionally heavy. But McKenna had too many bombshells she needed to drop. And the need for the connection to Tony and the twins grew the longer she knew them. Kinda, but let's save that for later. Grab a seat and maybe a drink? I've got some stuff to tell you that involves you and the kids. And didn't you say you had a nanny or something to help you? I don't see her." Tony paled, but grabbed a beer out of the fridge, handing one to JD. McKenna shook her head. Beer never tasted good to her. "Karina, yeah. She and JD helped keep me sane, but since I took this week off, she wanted to go home and see her parents and brothers. She has her own rooms and bathroom in the back. She'll be sad at missing you, but she needed a break from the stress as much as I needed to be with the kids nonstop this week. So, Spill, what do I need to know?" As they sat and ate pizza, McKenna, with insertions from JD, explained about the drones, commander modules, damage, aliens, and the connection. When they were done, 4 pizzas were gone. Tony had cycled through a series of emotions, but now she nursed her second beer, eyes distant. "Can I connect to my kids this way, or do you always have to be present?" "We 4? A quick mental check ensured the link to JD remained open, so he should hear any answer. "She will be able to connect if they merge blood, though your commands would override." JD shot her a look at that, and McKenna didn't bring up that part. She'd avoided the whole commander controlling the drones thing. Right now, she wanted to keep that mostly between herself and JD. Who knew how much Anne remembered, but McKenna had little doubt she would talk to anyone about it. "The answer is yes, you can, if they merge their blood with you." "Then yes. In a heartbeat, yes. The ability to be able to talk to them if, when you don't know where they are, is every parent's dream. Be aware they can shut it off, and remember there is a radius that is effective. With what just happened, it wouldn't have helped. You still wouldn't have found them." "Understood. But still, a few miles, a lost kid in a mall, this would make doing amusement parks much less stressful. So yes, and the kids too. McKenna blinked. Shouldn't we ask them? Tony snorted. You aren't a mom. Trust me, they'll be all over it, and I'm more than willing to offer bribes to get this one, even if they aren't. Besides, you said Charlie did it, right? McKenna nodded. They'll be doubly eager to do this. They idolize him almost as much as you. Oh. Okay, then. She reached for the knife she'd slipped into her kilt pouch. Want to do it now? Yes, but let's get the kids in here so they can watch. Tony rose, tapped on the glass, and beckoned the kids inside, and came back to sit down. In less than a minute, all three were gathered around the table, pizza sauce tracing their mouth, faces red from the running around. McKenna noted none of them had changed, and didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. I need to remember to follow up asking about getting a therapist for all of them, me included, but that part has already been arranged. I've got the first meeting tomorrow. Maybe I can ask her to talk to Charlie, too. The idea had merit, and she filed it, focusing her attention on the here and now. More blood. Seems my life has revolved around it lately, and you've been awful quiet, we four. You haven't needed my input, and you've made your discomfort with both my presence and the other aspects of being commander clear. A rush of guilt flooded her, but she forced it down and answered. Yep, so thanks. Focusing her attention back to the here and now, she looked at them. I found a way to talk mind to mind with people that can shift. Your mom wants to do it with me, and then with you guys, so you can talk mind to mind. Oh, can I do it with them too? I'd like to have someone to talk with, Charlie asked, his face lighting up, and the level of wistfulness in his tone sliced across her. McKenna had to bite back her immediate response giving him permission. It wasn't her choice. Tony glanced at him, then back at McKenna, indecision clear on her face. Let me try it first, then with them before I answer. Charlie's face slipped back into that neutral mask she saw whenever other adults were about. Her eyes narrowed. JD, did you ever run any checks on Charlie's parents? His eyes flicked to her, then over to Charlie, a thoughtful look on his face. No, but I'll put in a request. Something isn't right about his reactions. She nodded and turned back to Tony. Ready? Yes. How do we do this? Tony chewed on her lip, and dilated eyes locked on the knife in McKenna's hand. McKenna snorted. Quit stressing. Basic blood brother crap here. She drew it against the fleshy pad of her thumb, a wheel of blood pooling up, and handed the knife to Tony. With a frown of concentration and a hiss as the knife opened her flesh, she mimicked McKenna's actions. Tony's eyes were narrowed as she looked up at her. Now what? I'm a bit worried at how fast this became commonplace to me. McKenna took her hand and pressed their thumbs together, wounds spreading apart, the blood mixing. That's it? Tony asked, her brows raised. Yep, that's it. Give it 10 minutes. Now, want me linked with your kiddos? Yes. Come here, monsters. The two kids were both wide-eyed and almost bouncing with excitement. Tony made careful cuts in their hands, and McKenna pressed her palm to each of theirs, then watched as they did it to Tony. Before any of the adults could say anything, the twins slapped their palms together. In her head, McKenna heard JD think, "Wonder Twins' powers activate." She snorted, shaking her head as everyone looked at her. Charlie, do you still want to? Charlie froze, as if scared to express what he really wanted, then nodded, slowly. Tony took a deep breath, carefully not looking anywhere but him, and handed him the knife. The smile that lit up his face made him look like a child, and McKenna felt her eyes burn. With his tongue between his teeth, he made a careful cut on his hand. She could see the white line where the cut had been made this morning, then held out his hand to the twins. Jessie grinned and slapped her hand against his, and they both winced. Jamie laughed at them and waited, then carefully pressed his hand to the cut after Jessie pulled away. In her mind, a small switchboard lit up, Not with names, just she knew who each light belonged to. Wonder what happens when I get more people. As the commander, you automatically adjust to activate the groups or individuals you want. Wee Four's voice filled her mind, and McKenna blinked. Thanks. She flipped Tony and the twins to on. Hey, guys. 3 people whirled to look at her with wide eyes and shocked expressions. I heard you in my head. The 3-way stereo made her cringe and hold her head. Okay, note to self, do not do that. Tony burst into peals of laughter and the kids looked at each other, a stream of chatter bouncing into McKenna's head. Oh God, mute. The frantic thought and the stream of babble between the kids went silent. Though she could sense it, it no longer intruded into her thoughts. McKenna looked at Tony, who all but glowed. Before she could ask what Tony thought, her phone rang and she jumped. With a frown, she pulled it out to look at it. A number local to Placer County, but not her. With a resigned sigh, she answered the phone. If it's a telemarketer or reporter, I swear I'm hanging up. This is McKenna Largo. Miss Largo, this is Roy Wallace, the section manager for Child Protective Services. I'd like to talk to you about Charlie Davis. Chapter 7. Preparing for War. Still more information is coming out about the presence of the virus in all shifters. Experts are starting to argue that this isn't a virus after all. They agree the behavior is similar to viruses in how it infects cells and spreads. The difference comes out in the spreading behavior. Normal viruses cause cells to rupture and send out the infection. But this only sends out one other virus, which then goes to the next cell, leaving the previous cell intact with the infection still attached to it. This behavior is perplexing everyone, but with the virus refusing to be active outside its host blood, the amount of testing is limited. NA Science article. McKenna felt like someone had punched her in the gut at the words. Yes? How may I help you? Can I throw you in the river and make you jerks leave me alone? I would like to arrange to meet with you and Mr. Davis at your earliest convenience to discuss this situation. No, I don't want to. I have enough stress. Go away. McKenna closed her eyes and with an effort forced all the emotion out of her voice. She could feel the eyes of everyone else in the room, though she doubted anyone else had heard his words. Of course. But I must warn you, I am keeping him. We will discuss that. Is tomorrow a good time? I have your address on record. I can be there tomorrow about noon. The words burned her mouth, but she said them anyhow. That sounds great. I'll see you then. She hung up and looked at the people staring at her, and for a moment her mind froze, not wanting to ruin their day or depress Charlie. Charlie and I have an appointment tomorrow to make sure the state sees things my way. JD bristled, and for a moment seemed to get larger, then froze. Want me to be there? Oh, the idea sounded so good, but had an entire other set of risks. No, I'll see what I can do by myself, but swing by around 3 and either rescue me or help me bury the body? JD and Tony laughed. Deal, he said, as he helped himself to another piece of pizza. McKenna? She focused on Charlie. Are they going to take me away? Nope. We just need to convince them I'm the only choice. He nodded, some of the brightness that had laced his face earlier fading as he looked at the twins. May we go outside? The twins turned glowing faces towards their mom, the implications of the phone call bypassing them completely. Sure, go. The kids grabbed one of the remaining pizza boxes, disappearing outside. McKenna followed Charlie and swore softly to herself. What are you going to do? Tony asked. I guess I missed out on what happened.
His parents disappeared when he did, and no one came to get him even after the hours it took to get me cleared. I refused to let him get dumped into the foster system, and I might have thrown my weight around.
Your weight? Tony repeated, arching an eyebrow. McKenna felt heat rise in her cheeks and wished for a whiskey with an edge to burn away her doubts. She looked out the window, watching Charlie.
I might have mentioned that if they took him, I'd call a press conference and make it very clear that they had just taken a traumatized child from me, the most famous person in the world.
McKenna cringed, refusing to look at Tony. The burst of laughter had her head jerking up and looking at Tony with her eyes wide. Tony had her hands over her mouth, eyes sparkling, and laughter kept slipping through.
You aren't mad at me?
Are you kidding? That is awesome, Tony exclaimed, leaning forward. I've run into the idiots at CPS before when Jeff was killed. Someone reported me as being unable to care for them. Trust me, by the time I got them to go away, I would have skinned them all alive. So anything you do to protect a child from their rule-bound incompetence is good with me. She shrugged and took a sip of beer. McKenna, anything you do to keep a child, I'm never going to find offensive. Hell, at this point, you might have to murder the Pope in front of me before I'd get upset. And even then, I'd consider if you had a valid reason. Tony stopped, setting her beer down. McKenna, you brought my children back to me. I will never be able to express my thanks for that. You'll have to work damn hard to push me away. McKenna felt her face get even redder and pushed away from the table to get some water. I need to get Charlie some clothes and stuff, so we should head out relatively soon to hit a few stores. She paused, then glanced at Tony. Is Walmart or Target okay to buy stuff for a 10-year-old? Tony chuckled as she rose. Yes, he'll find lots of stuff there. Don't worry about it. Kids, and boys more often, don't tend to be picky about their clothes.
Oh, good. JD, want to come with? Well, it is my car, so unless you're headed back to your place, then back out. Yes.
His voice dry as he caught her eye, a smile lurking at the corners. I can't win tonight, McKenna said, throwing her hands up in the air, and then stalked out with both JD and Tony laughing at her. She stuck her head outside and called out to Charlie.
Come on, kiddo. We need to get you some clothes and other stuff.
Charlie whirled to her and nodded. In her mind, she heard his voice. Why didn't you just call me in my mind? She blinked and shrugged.
It didn't occur to me. Still all new to me, too.
Charlie's laugh sounded like chocolate and silk in her mind. McKenna shivered at the feeling and headed in.
Okay, you two lugs. Let's get to spending money.
Charlie rushed in with the twins following. All the Diazes demanded hugs from everyone before they let them leave. Once back in the Hummer, JD headed out, even as McKenna turned to talk to Charlie. What do you need besides some clothes? He shrugged, suddenly refusing to look her in the eyes. Not much. Just some basic clothes. I don't need anything special. Behind her smile, she raged at his parents and shot a thought at JD. I really, really want to know the story behind those assholes.
Me too,
JD replied, his voice tasting dark. Well, I need to get you something special. You helped a lot, Charlie. You made the kids feel safe and you trusted me. I think you're the hero. His pale complexion turned strawberry red as he yanked his eyes away from her and looked out at the scenery as they drove. I'm not, but okay, he muttered, refusing to look at her, but she had a half smile in his reflection. So, you know the social worker is coming tomorrow. He nodded, a jerky movement, the flush fading from his skin, leaving him paler than before.
I'm assuming you want to stay with me? A hint of uncertainty crept into her voice, but she never quit looking at him, even if the odd angle made her body and safety instincts protest. His head jerked around to look at her. Yes, please, yes. Good. Then we are getting you clothes, some other stuff, and making sure you don't feel like some unwelcome visitor. Okay, so what do I call you? The question caught McKenna off guard, and she didn't know how to respond. What do you mean? Well, my stepdad made me call him Mr. Davis, and Mom, well, it was Mom or Mother, and teachers get really funny about you having to call them Mr. This, Mrs. That. What do I call you? She shrugged. My name is McKenna. I'm fine with you using that. He shot her a funny glance, and she grinned at him, a wicked thing that promised mischief. We turned into animals, made it through being kidnapped, and are about to face down a government agency. I think we can break tradition, and you can call me by my name. JD made a choking sound that she ignored as Charlie grinned. Thanks, McKenna. The rest of the trip bordered on dull, which suited all of them just fine. No bad guys, no changing into an animal, no attack of reporters, only purchases and spending lots of money. They headed back to the house, Charlie by this time exhausted with all the excitement of the day. They put stuff in her spare dresser, setting up the room for him, still in a sleeping bag on a camping mattress, but they would fix that soon. She would let him order something from IKEA and get it in the next few days. There was one in Sacramento, and they could go down there to shop and then get it delivered. Hey, Kenna, I'm heading home. You sure you don't want me to stay? I don't mind. She smiled at him, leaning against the counter. Nah, I'm okay, and you don't need to stay to protect me. He gave her a lopsided smile. You're my best friend. You just got out of hell. Not like it is any imposition on me, and Charlie's great, and he's good for you. Want me to come over tomorrow to help you deal with a social worker? Meh, I'll be fine. Kirk actually gave me some good advice. Speaking of that, they've offered me a transfer, but at this point, I don't want another partner. We work too well together, and now with this mind speak stuff, breaking us up would be stupid. So what's the offer? Narcotics. Huh, he said, leaning against the wall. I don't have an issue with it. And a lot of the stuff needs to get off the streets. That mean you're thinking about it? Well, no desire for vice, and we both know how much I love the public relations crap. She rolled her eyes as she spoke, and he snorted. So, yeah, narcotics. I could at least see the value in it. Not to mention, I suspect we are two of the healthiest cops in the department at this point. No kidding there. He stood. Then I'll get going on the checks on Charlie. You said you have counseling the day after tomorrow? Yep, dragging Charlie with me. See if she'll talk to him. JD nodded. Sounds good. Okay. Question. How many acres did you buy from Jeremiah? Tilting her head, looking at him, McKenna answered. 10 acres? Is an odd shape, more L-shaped than square or rectangle. Why? JD shrugged, avoiding her eyes. No reason, just an idea. I'll call you tomorrow if I find out anything. Sounds good. Hey, want to test the mental talk and see how far away we can still communicate? Yes, be a good idea. They talked randomly as she sat out on the deck, sipping whiskey. Well, you're home and I can still clearly hear you. Interesting. This has possibilities. What are you, 4 miles away? Designee JD is 3.85 of your miles in a straight line. Weefor's comment in the middle of their conversation startled McKenna, and then annoyed her that it startled her. I have a being in my head. I need to get used to this. Directing her thought to the mind space. Thanks, Weefor. Can you always tell how far away people are?
Within reason. The designee Tony is over 20 miles away. The distance is known and you can be guided to her, but her location can't be pinpointed exactly without transponders.
More information to file in her head. JD, what do you A scream from the house ripped through her thoughts, and she jumped up, racing into the house, straight to Charlie's room. Bursting in, claws ready to emerge from her skin, she looked around for the attacker, heart pounding and every visual crystal clear. The room lay empty, except for Charlie tossing and turning on the mattress, whimpering softly, sweat-slicked hair sticking to his face. Her heart quit pounding quite as hard, and she went over, crouching down behind the tossing boy. "Charlie, wake up. You're okay." Her words pulled him out of whatever dream he was caught in, and he sat up, panting, eyes wide, looking at her. "You screamed out. Dreams about the place?" She didn't know what else to call the hell they had been caught in. "Dreams? Oh." He swallowed, looking around the room, and she could hear his breathing steady out. "No. Just a bad dream. I'm okay." "You sure?" He rolled over, hiding his face from her. "Yeah. Back to sleep." Frowning, she shut off the light and went back out. "Everything okay?" JD asked in her head. She could taste bitter salt in his words. Stress. Nightmare. Talk later. Headed to bed. Worried a bit and stressed about tomorrow, she headed to bed, falling asleep as soon as she curled up. Chapter 8. Down the Rabbit Hole.
With the rescue of Officer Largo and the kids, the picture of another officer walking her into the hospital has gained popularity and raised questions. Sources have identified him as Officer Joseph Daniel Davidson, the same officer on the viral video that changed into a bear. They are almost always seen together and have been partners for years. From his intentness, questions are rising. Is there a relationship there? Will we soon be seeing little cubs and kits tumbling about? Well, he isn't as handsome as other people McKenna has been paired with. His devotion seems real. Let's just hope the police department doesn't have fraternization rules.
Local gossip column.
Heart pounding, skin clammy with sweat, she curled up tight in the dark closet. The only light shining through a hole in the door where Jerry, Mom's current husband, had slammed his foot through it. The need to be forgotten, for them not to see her, kept her a tight ball. The sounds of rough male laughter from multiple sources, followed by a softer, more feminine voice laced with need, filled the space. The monsters were in the room, and the flimsy door wouldn't protect her. Unable to not know, she moved quietly to the door. Peering out into the room through the hole, praying they wouldn't see her. Mom stood there between three men. Jerry held a needle out to her, and her eyes tracked it without blinking.
"You want this, don't you, Sheila? Ready to pay for it?"
Mocking amusement filled his voice as he taunted her with the drugs. "Sure, Jerry, I'll do whatever. Just let me have it, please." The level of need in her voice wrapped around her heart, along with the wish she'd love her as much.
"Well, my boys here need a good time. You willing to give them a good time, Sheila?"
Lust tainted the amusement, and a tone all too familiar with sly menace sent ripples of fear down her back. "Sure, Jerry." Mom's tone never changed, eyes fixated on the needle. Jerry handed her the needle, and she turned, grabbing supplies from an end table drawer. And a minute later, she had the needle plunged into her arm, her aim expert as the plunger went down and the contents injected into her. A dreamy smile spread across her face as she shrugged her dress off, revealing a slim body, stretch marks from pregnancy, sagging breasts, and bruises in various stages of healing. Dropping to her knees, the smile never fading, she reached out and undid the pants of the man nearest her. Through the hole in the door, never making a sound, she watched her mom performing blowjobs at first. Then it degenerated into watching her getting fucked over and over again, none of the men caring about her comfort or enjoyment. She wanted to look away, but she couldn't, frozen in terror, sorrow, and horror. Then Jerry glanced over and must have seen something from where she watched. "I think we need a party favor, boys, and I see just the thing." His huge body, heavy with fat over sagging muscles, headed towards the closet, heavy footsteps beating in time with the terror in her heart. She scurried backwards, trying to disappear into the shadows of the closet, but they disappeared as Jerry yanked the door open, looming in the brilliant light like a monster. "Enjoying the show, boy? Just remember to be good, or we can get our fun from you, too. I know a few people who would pay dearly for that sweet, white little boy ass." He paused, and then a huge, calloused hand lashed out, grabbing the threadbare shirt and dragging her forward. "But maybe we should do a taste test. What do you think, boys? Should we make sure this ass is as sweet as it looks?" "No, please, I'll be good, no!" Terror caused her voice to shriek, even as he dragged her from the closet, kicking and pleading. "Oh, this might be fun. Sheila doesn't have any spirit left. I needed something with a little fight left in them." Desperate, she thrashed and reached blindly for the cat. But instead, a wolf answered, surging forward to call her and twisting her body into the warrior form as she tried to attack those reaching for her. "Commander, stop it." Wee Four's voice cut through the mental fog. The idea of the wolf rescuing her and brought her awake with a jerk, heart pounding, panting, as if she had run for miles, ready to kill. "What the fuck was that? I have never had that dream before." A heartbeat of hesitation. Then Wee Four's voice sounded in her head, and she could have sworn it held a note of sorrow in it. "Designee Charlie is too close and opened the connection. He pulled you into his dreams. You are in his dreams as him. You need to go to him. He is calling the warrior form. He mustn't." The words took a second to sink in, then she leapt out of the bed, streaking towards his room. Again, he tossed and turned, fur starting to sprout as his body slowly twisted, starting to morph. This time, she pulled him to her as she said his name, her voice sharp. "Charlie, talk to me. Wake up. You can't change. What happened?" Her hands holding him close to her, so he could feel her next to him. He might attack, she knew, but she'd take that risk. Anything to stop the pain and terror Jerry's hands had caused. He struggled for a moment. A scream on his lips as he woke up, eyes wild, looking around. Charlie's eyes latched onto hers, then he went limp, as if his strings had been cut. "It wasn't real, just a dream," he panted as he said that, and she felt him shivering. "I saw those people." "Was that your stepdad and your mom?" He nodded, not looking at her, his head hunched between his shoulder. "You watched them using your mom and threatening you. Did they do that, Charlie? Sell you for sex? Did they rape you?" Her voice shook. And right then, if Jerry had been in front of her, she might have ripped him open, making sure not to kill him. He needed to suffer for what he'd done to Charlie. The desire to hunt them down, to kill them, had the hunger for blood welling in her mouth. He buried his head in her shoulder, but shook it a little, and she felt tears dampen her shirt. "No, just beat me." He'd taunt me while I hid in the closet. They made me stay there so they didn't need to worry about me slipping out unnoticed. He threatened. I hadn't followed through. The unspoken yet rang in the room like a clarion bell. So that was just a dream of what might have been. What might be if they get you back? They would never get him back. She would make sure of that. Yeah. His voice barely a whisper, clogged and thick. Why didn't you have the nightmares in the place? The question arose unbidden, but she didn't understand, and she couldn't kill who she wanted to right now. Animal forms tend not to dream. They ignore the internal drama to focus on food and other needs. Wee Four's voice answered, and McKenna hugged him tighter. Change. Come sleep with me. Charlie lifted his head, eyes red. Will you change too? The idea called to her. A night of dream-free sleep. Yes. She let him stand and walked to her bedroom, where she turned around as she stripped. A minute later, she heard the stomach-churning sound of his shift and saw him curling up on her bed, tail over his eyes. With a minimum of fuss, she dropped her shirt and underwear, shifting as they fell on the floor. She leapt up on the bed and circled around, curling around the white wolf who relaxed as she curled around him. It felt good to have him next to her, the comfort of fur and snuffled breathing, easing her into dream-free sleep. Chapter 9. Possession is 9/10. Russia has had wolves in their tails, folk and fairies, since the country existed. Now those that can shift into wolves are finding themselves revered on one hand and castigated on the other. A country of extremes, the wolves are living in that dichotomy. In the smaller towns, they are revered, and shooting a wolf and hanging its pelt on the wall has always been a rite of passage. But now the practice is under fire. With wolves still being the most common animal, the debate on this old practice is getting heated. TNN World News. The alarm pulled her out of a dreamless sleep about 9, and she shifted, groaning, into human form. Naked, she slapped the alarm and stalked to the bedroom. Charlie curled tighter into a ball under the covers. You're going to have to get up shortly. Remember who we're meeting today, she called out as she closed the bathroom door. The closet entrance was inside the bathroom, so it worked out well. The knowledge she'd been naked in front of Charlie froze her for a second. Then she sighed. He'd seen her stripped, naked, and beaten, and something about the animal aspect just made the nudity not matter. She didn't care anymore. Not that she would flaunt it, but having someone see her naked after everything else didn't seem all that important. With a shake of her head, she went through her morning routine, then pulling on jeans and a shirt. Maybe if the social worker left soon enough, they could drive to IKEA today. By the time she left the bathroom, Charlie had disappeared. Walking towards the kitchen, she heard noises in the other bathroom and smiled. Hunger poked at her. Not savage, since they had only slept, but still there. With a groan, she realized she really needed to figure out a way to have more food on hand that she didn't have to cook each time. Setting that in the back of her mind, she started making a breakfast scramble. 10 minutes later, Charlie emerged, nose in the air sniffing and a rumble from his stomach telling her what mattered most to him right now. She grabbed some bread and peanut butter and jelly, setting it on the table. Don't own a toaster, but if this isn't enough, we can make some PB&Js. Charlie nodded, and she stirred the food even as her coffee finished brewing. The doorbell clanged through the house, making both of them jump. I'll get it. Stay there. There should be perimeter alarms. This is not acceptable. Wee Four spoke, making her blink. Huh. Later, not now. She pulled open the door to a man in a suit that almost fit. He had dark skin, tanned from the sun, brown hair balding on the top, and a pinched expression to match flat brown eyes. He carried a bulging briefcase in one hand, and the tie looked like a refugee from the 70s, being wide and avocado green.
Yes. Though she had a sinking feeling she knew exactly who stood in front of her. Miss Largo, I'm Roy Wallace. We have an appointment? We do, though you are almost 45 minutes early, she pointed out, her voice dry. He smiled back, with no humor at all. I find catching people off guard serves me well. He stared at her, and she toyed with the idea of shutting the door and opening it again in 45 minutes. Instead, she turned and walked away from the door. Come in. We were just eating. Would you like some coffee? I don't drink coffee, he said from behind her as he walked in. Oh, I'm really not going to like this man. Well, there is water or juice. Her voice neutral as she went back to the pan and filled a plateful for Charlie, then whipped up another mix. Eggs, vegetables, pre-cooked sausage, cheese, and salsa all went in for fast, easy food. I need to get some more pre-cooked stuff and hash browns. Oh, bacon. Is that what you're serving him? The man sounded askance, and McKenna turned to look at Charlie, who was plowing through a large plate of food. I'll get him some more as soon as I eat, and I've got some PB&Js we can make. She turned to face him sipping her coffee, and wondering if the desire to add whiskey to it constituted a bad sign. If he eats that much, he's going to be obese in short order. The man sounded offended, and like he would jerk the plate away from Charlie. No, we are both shifters. He has to eat that much not to lose weight. Didn't you know that? Of course I did. What difference does that make about food intake? That isn't healthy. His officious tone grated across her nerves. She restrained a sigh with an effort and opened her mouth, but Charlie responded first. I shifted last night, so starving this morning? Roy glanced at her, and she nodded. As far as we can figure, it burns thousands of calories each time, so we have to replace them, or we lose muscle after the fat is gone. Roy narrowed his eyes, but nodded slowly. Show me where he's sleeping. In a minute. I shifted too, and I need to eat first. Why did both of you shift? 'Cause? He snapped a look at her, and she hid her frustration with another sip of coffee. He had nightmares, and the animal form made it so we didn't dream. You slept together? His voice hit an octave note she knew a man his size shouldn't hit, and her patience, not very high in the first place, snapped. Yes, because after a week of being held by kidnappers, being forced to perform smart animal tricks and staying in animal form, it is comforting and safe for both of us. It is the best comfort I can give him right now, and frankly, at this point, there is no difference between that and a scared child crawling into their parents' bed. So get over it. Her voice snapped out, and she turned to dish up her food. Need some more, Charlie? She asked, even as she scooped some into her mouth. Nah. PB&J sounds good, though. She nodded, handed him a butter knife, and pushed the stuff towards him. Roy glared at them. His hands crossed over his chest, glaring at her. You do realize you need my approval to be able to keep him, right? And if I don't think this is a healthy or safe environment, I'll pull him out of here. The idea of her house not being healthy or safe after the dream she had seen caused McKenna to snort, then choke on her mouth full of food. After a sputtering moment of coughing and Charlie looking at her eyes wide, JD's voice sounded in her head. You okay? Charlie just pinged me worried, said you were choking. I'm fine. Social worker made idiotic comment and I choked, she replied as she finished coughing. Okay, here if you need me. JD's voice faded, and she drank some water, turning to the man. Mr. Wallace, let me make one thing very clear. Charlie is not going anywhere. And after what I've learned about his previous home life, I don't care if his mom shows up. I won't let her take him. The only thing you are going to do is get me the paperwork so we can make this legal. As long as he wants to stay with me, he will have a home here. And if you try to make this difficult for me, the governor knows me personally. Every reporter on the planet is begging me for an interview. And at the moment, I have a golden touch. Not to mention, anything I say or do on video seems to go viral. Do not fuck with me about this kid. I am not going to let anyone put him at risk. And sure as hell, am not going to let a bureaucratic idiot get on that list. The man glared at her for a long moment. Then a smile broke across his face, and he looked more human and caring. Good. I read up on you before I came here, and I don't give a damn about your power or media presence. I wanted to see if you would stick up for the kid, and you did. We have the rules put in place to try to prevent people from taking advantage of the system, but sometimes people don't see them from what they are. Safeguards, not absolutes. He turned and looked at Charlie, who, while paying close attention, also worked on creating some sandwiches. Do you want to stay with Miss Largo, Charlie? Yes. His answer immediate, and he didn't look at the man. Why? Roy's voice was gentle, but McKenna tensed at the possible minefield in answering that question. She resisted the urge to tell him what to say, instead focusing on eating. Charlie cast him a look of pure derision, and McKenna almost choked at it and had to get up to get more water. Roy cast her a sharp look but didn't say anything, just waiting for Charlie to respond. She took a beating for us. It almost killed her, and she didn't yell at us or anything. The entire time, she protected us and did everything she could to keep us safe. He opened his mouth but closed it. She's nicer to me than my mom ever was, he muttered, focusing on the spreading the peanut butter perfectly. Roy looked up at her, and she shrugged. The kidnappers used me as an obedience example. The man's eyes darkened, and he stood. May I see his room? Sure. McKenna shoveled one more mouthful of food into her mouth, then headed down the hallway. It's only got a mattress right now. I was hoping we could get to IKEA today and buy him something, a dresser and a desk, too. The man poked around a bit, but McKenna was relieved to see didn't look outraged at the mattress on the ground. This is great. Better than what a lot of kids have. Are you planning on making a habit of this? Of what? Taking in foster kids, Roy said, his voice uninflected. Yikes, no. Heck, this wasn't ever in my plans, but she shrugged, casting a look at the kitchen, and shrugged again, not having any idea how to define why she was doing this. And that is the best reason. You aren't married, but you have a good job. You have a support system. Being responsible for a child impacts a lot of your life, and having someone to help makes the transition easier. Granted, because of your shared history, he already trusts you, which is the biggest hurdle most parents face, but having someone else to lean on occasionally isn't a bad thing. His voice echoed the soft smile on his face, and McKenna felt the words sink into her. I've got my partner, work partner, she clarified, the arched eyebrow. He doesn't live too far away, and then there's Tony and her kids who also love Charlie, so yeah, I have some support. Good. Then I've got paperwork for you to sign, and you have some furniture shopping to do. 15 minutes later, with information on how to get him registered at school, her signature on almost as many places as for the mortgage, Roy left. McKenna turned to a boy who kept wavering between a smile and a wary look. What's wrong? He shrugged, looking at the ground, then back up at her. I'm waiting for you to change your mind. For this all to go wrong? The uncertainty in his voice and the images she'd seen in his dreams ripped at her. McKenna knelt and looked at him. Charlie, listen to me. I can't promise to always be here. You know my job is dangerous. I can't promise I'm going to do the right thing every time, but I can promise you this. I am never going to leave you behind. If anything happens to me, know that I am doing everything in my power to get back to you. You are mine and I'm yours.
Promise?
Promise. His hug took her off guard, and she fell backwards, laughing as she wrapped her arms around him and held him close. Aliens couldn't make me not come back for you. Promise. Charlie giggled at that, sounding like a boy instead of a young man. So, ready to go shopping?
Yes. Can JD come too?
Would you like him to? Charlie nodded, and McKenna tapped the link in her mind. Want to go shopping? I got a kid to buy things for. Sure. You gotta spend some of your reward money? McKenna looked down at Charlie, a frown creasing her brows. Reward money? What reward money? There was a moment of silence, then the sound of JD laughing in her head, a very odd feeling. That's right. You don't know what Perk did. Oh, you are going to be very, very happy. I'll be over in a few minutes. Yep, he's coming. And he's got some explaining to do. Chapter 10. Talk about it.
A need to let your inner animal out? A new safari is gaining popularity in Africa. Set up specifically for shifters, they allow you to hunt antelope, gazelle, and other animals in a defined area. Already they have a wait list for the next year. Currently, the YouTube videos of the failure rate of the humans in animal form is top rated. It is obvious that the ability to shift into a cat or wolf doesn't mean you have any idea how to hunt as a cat or wolf. TNN Entertainment News. The next morning, McKenna threw 3 frozen chimichangas into the microwave as the coffee brewed. She still needed to process what JD had told her about the football player who'd rescued himself and put up the reward money with the caveat that if she rescued herself, she'd get the money. You'll like him. Maybe we can invite him over. I think you two would hit it off, JD had told her. As long as you aren't trying to set me up. Sure. JD had laughed at that and promised not to. They'd gone shopping for Charlie and food. She'd worry about the reward money later. Today, though, counseling and dealing with school stuff. Charlie, come on. We need to get going. She'd slept without him last night, and dreams didn't invade her mind, so she figured he'd slept better. At her yell, she heard him in the bathroom as the microwave dinged and coffee finished. Throwing in a few more for him, she filled a travel mug and let hers cool. She'd eat while she drove. Charlie came out dressed in his new jeans and shirt and smiled up at her. What are we doing again? Well, I have to talk to a counselor, and I'd like to see if she would talk to you too. He wrinkled his nose. Why? Usually the shrinks just make me talk about my feelings and stuff, but they don't actually listen to me. McKenna snorted. Yeah, but this woman is pretty nice. She's a shifter too, so you might be surprised. If she says yes, just try it. I know I'm having issues with what happened, so if you tell me you aren't having any issues at all, she trailed off looking at him. Then I'm probably lying, he shrugged. I can always just not say anything. Yep, that is always an option. He shrugged, more focused on the hot food coming out of the microwave. She grabbed a bottle of water and some juice for him, and they headed out. McKenna had requested the early meeting, but already she missed work and hoped they'd get her back working by next Monday. She needed something to do to not think about the alien in her head and the ramifications of that. She didn't want to deal with it. Not yet. Not ever if she could avoid it. Charlie's eyes were wide as he followed her into the station, head swiveling back and forth, trying to take everything in. A few people said hi, but she just waved and headed deeper in, stopping by Anne's tiny office when she reached it.
Hey, checking in. Need anything?
Anne looked up and flashed her a smile. Largo. Hey, Charlie, how are you doing? She treating you right? Or are you ready to kick her to the curb and find someone better? Charlie ducked his head a bit. Nah, it's good. Uh-huh. Want a tour of the station while McKenna here has her meeting? Yes. Then he paused and looked at McKenna. Is that okay?
I don't know.
You sure she isn't going to lock you up or feed you to the dogs? Charlie rolled his eyes. Please, I'm a wolf. The dogs would never hurt me, and they don't lock up little kids. The amount of disgust in his voice had both McKenna and Anne laughing. I concede. Go have fun. But can you bring him back in about an hour? She directed the question to Anne. Sure. Come on, kiddo. Let's go meet boring people. McKenna smiled as Charlie and Anne headed off, and she headed over to the conference room they'd agreed to meet in. Julia Connor sat at the table directly in the middle of one side. The only windows looked out into the hall, so there wasn't a view of any sort, and the hall windows had the blinds pulled. Should I assume anything from where you are sitting? Julia didn't even look up, writing on a notepad. Nope, just that there aren't any good places to sit. We really need to find a better place to meet. Yeah, about that. What do you think about taking on a kid? Julia looked up at her. Her writing paused. Kid? What kid? My kid? No offense, but I'm pretty damn sure, even given everything you've been through in the last month, you haven't gotten pregnant, given birth, and had a child age enough that I would be affected? She paused, eyes widening. Please, for the love of animals, don't tell me that is a side effect of shifting? That you go through pregnancy and childhood in days? McKenna choked on laughter and flopped down on the chair on the other side of the therapist. No. At least I don't think so, but no. Even as she said that, she pinged We4. That answer is no, right? Mostly correct. While gestation will not increase if you remained in animal form for extended periods of time, you might age at the animal's rate. The same could apply to gestation, but I have no records regarding that. Huh. Julia sighed. So then, your kid? You know about my drama, yes. Your larger-than-life story that makes me feel like a boring mouse? Yes. You can have it, really. Can I trade you? Not interested. I'd much rather live vicariously, thank you very much. Now, child? McKenna explained about Charlie and fostering him. Though, if we have our way, that will be as permanent as an adoption. But his home life sucked. Then you add in all the stuff we went through, then killing people and him helping. Would you be willing to talk to him? What was the comment about a better place to meet? Well, my friend Tony, her kids were with me. And while I think they are a lot more stable than Charlie is, better family life, I think they need someone to talk to, too. And hell, probably so does Tony with what she went through having her kids taken. Julia scrubbed at her face with her hands. I'm not particularly religious, but even I can see when all the signs are pointing this way. I'm going to move my practice up here and rearrange to have one day a week in San Fran. I think I'm creating a shifter-centric practice. What the hell? I'll probably get a book out of it. Aspects of shifter clients or something like that. Really? You just gave me 4 clients. The other kids and parents probably need them. Health insurance and the foster system will pay for most of this, so yeah. I'll work it out with them to cover the costs. I'll probably come out ahead. Living up here is going to be a hell of a lot cheaper than living in San Fran. Besides, this is at least going to be different and interesting. McKenna grinned. Great. Let me know when you have your office here and I'll send Tony your info. Yep. So, talk to me. What do you need to talk about? I'm still not talking about the warrior form or We4, but the rest? Yeah. And so, McKenna talked. About the rape, the whipping, the satisfaction of killing the men. And Julia listened. At the end of the hour, they were both wrung out. Talking about it hurt. But listening and caring like Julia did meant she hurt too. You amaze me, McKenna. I don't know if I could have done what you did. And overall, you are handling it well. One caution.
Sure, you're here to help, not hurt.
Don't use the animal form too often to avoid dreams. Dreams help us deal with stuff, sort out emotions and process events. If the nightmares get bad, absolutely. Heck, the fact that there is a non-drug way for you to avoid the dreams delights me. But dream as much as you can handle and let yourself process everything.
McKenna nodded slowly. Okay. I see your point. Same thing for Charlie, I assume?
Yeah, though I'd let him escape more often. If he slips into night terrors, and trust me, you'll know the difference, encourage him to sleep as an animal. But over time, the bad dreams should lessen.
Thanks. Want me to send him in?
No, yeesh, I'm not the principal. Bring him in, introduce him. Let's the three of us talk first. He needs to want this, not think it's a punishment.
Wait, it isn't?
Julia glared at her, and McKenna laughed, getting up to go hunt down Charlie. McKenna didn't have far to go. She found Charlie watching the organized chaos in the main area of the station, with people being booked while sitting with the sergeant. She couldn't read the expression on his face, but she didn't sense any stress through their link, though maybe it didn't work that way. She'd have to play with it more.
Anne get tired of you?
The sergeant and Charlie looked up at her.
Nah, she had a call she needed to take. He's only been here for a minute, the sergeant said.
This is different. TV always made it seem like people were screaming and yelling in handcuffs. This is quieter? His voice was bemused. Not as scary as I thought.
McKenna snorted. Contrary to popular opinion, we really don't want people to fear us. We're here to be the good guys.
The sergeant darted a look at her, and she heard the unspoken comment of, most of us at least, though neither of them said anything. Huh, Charlie said, still looking.
Ready to come meet Julia?
That pulled his attention away from the officers in the room and back onto her. I guess.
McKenna rolled her eyes. Come on, kiddo. Promise you'll like her.
They walked back down the hall and into the conference room where Julia sat typing away on her phone. She looked up as they entered and put the phone away.
Julia, this is Charlie Davis. Charlie, this is Julia Connor.
Hey, Charlie. McKenna told me about some of the stuff you two went through. I have to say, I'm impressed. I don't think I would have been that calm or smart. Charlie looked at her, eyes wide. But you're an adult, Julia snorted, which doesn't mean anything. Being an adult doesn't mean we know what to do, just means we think we should. Oh. He gave her a wary look, and McKenna nudged him. Really? Just talk to her. It won't be bad. If you need me, yell out. She gave him a look, and he nodded. Smart kid. He knew what I meant without me needing to say anything. She nodded at them and left, heading to Anne's office. Anne was hanging up her phone when McKenna stuck her head in. Hey, kid with the shrink? Yeah, asked her to talk to him. I'm thinking comparatively, considering everything that has happened. I'm pretty sane. You are. Wish all my officers were as solid as you. So, ready to come back to work? Yes. Sitting at home is going to drive me crazy. I really don't want to think. But I did want to ask about some reward. JD mentioned it. Anne's eyes lit up. Oh, that's right. You wouldn't know. Kirk has all the details. I'll send you his way after we get the rest of your stuff settled. The next 20 minutes McKenna spent on paperwork. Boring, but needed. I think that is it. You've got a week back on regular duty with JD, then transfer to narcotics. They'll want you to do some training before you start. I'll email you what they'll brief you on so you can get ahead. McKenna nodded.
I assume JD has this already?
Sent it to him yesterday. Anne paused and looked at her. You sure you want to do this? I think so.
I think I need to do something else, and maybe I'll be good at smelling the drugs or something. Either way, it gets me out of your hair, so you should be glad to see me go. Not quite, but I'm sure you will be good at it. Anne typed on her computer for a minute. Okay, he has time now. Head on down to see him. McKenna rose. Thanks again, Anne, for everything. Anne waved a dismissive hand. Shoo, some of us have real work to do. With a grin, McKenna headed to Kirk's office. For once, without dread or resentment. Knocking on the door jamb as she stuck her head in. Officer Largo, come in. Kirk glanced up at her and waved to a seat. I'm glad to see you appear well. Definitely more rested than last time I saw you. An adventure like yours is bound to be exhausting. Adventure? Is that what we are calling it? I thought hell might be a bit more appropriate. Probably. But how do you cover a week like yours? Adventure seems fitting. Yeah. Guess it was rather movie-like. She fell silent, not sure how to bring up the next part. Kirk quirked his lips. I assume Davidson told you about Perk Alexander? A little. But to be honest, I'm not sure I understand. Why would he raise the reward for information relating to the kidnapping, but ensure I got it? I can't say that I fully know either, but I think he felt some kinship after he was taken and rescued himself. He wanted to make sure you got the reward if you got yourself out, which you did. Before I accepted it, I checked with legal. As you were on leave while you rescued yourself, you earned the money. I'd talked to an accountant to make sure the tax liabilities, but the money will be deposited in your account later this week. McKenna just blinked at him in shock. Anything else, Officer Largo? No, not that I know of. She rose and headed to the door. Largo, McKenna turned and glanced at him. I know I told you before, but you need to hear this. You did a damn good job. His eyes were steady, and she knew he'd seen the videos, so she took it as he meant it, nodded, and walked out, not wanting to address the inner turmoil. You did handle the situation well and protected the young ones. You deserve the praise. McKenna fought not to hunch her shoulders as we four spoke. She avoided it instead, heading for the conference room, hoping Julia and Charlie were done. The door stood open as she walked over. You two all talked out? She asked as she walked inside to ruffle Charlie's hair and check on him. His eyes were a little red, but he seemed okay, smiling up at her. I think so. He has some homework assignments from me, but we'll talk again in 2 weeks. I'll send you my office information once I get moved. Great. Thanks again. Come on, kiddo. Let's head home and enjoy my few days off, then make sure we know where you'll be after school. He grinned up at her, nodding. Sure. Chapter 11. Prejudiced. Evidence has emerged of military squads in North Korea composed wholly of shifters. Photos of them in animal form with new uniforms that allow objects to be fastened to them, but don't restrict their quadrupedal movement. While pictures are limited, it does imply options of how North Korea might be planning on using shifters and puts lie to their claim that no North Koreans shifted. TNN News anchor. McKenna didn't know if it would count as a blessing or a curse that Charlie seemed to be a morning person, usually waking up ready to go and cheerful. He dragged a bit this morning, but she knew it had to do with school. Her goal for the day centered on getting him back in school and making sure all the contact information pointed to her. All the kids had been off this week just to make sure they were okay, and even though she'd had to pry it out of Charlie, he'd felt better after talking to Julia. He stared at his plate, poking at the food. Why don't you want to go to school, besides the school part? He shrugged, not looking up at her. You know that you'll be in the same school as Jesse and Jamie now, right? Charlie glanced up at her. I am? I thought they were just saying maybe. Nope. Same school. Granted different grades, because you're in 4th and they'll be in 1st. And then you're going to stay with them and Tony until I come get you each afternoon. A smile creased to the sides of his face. Oh, really? I get to stay with friends? I thought I'd have to do after-school care. Nope. Tony and I talked. I'll pay her for her time. And you just have to promise me to try and to not make her life too difficult. But you and the twins play together well, so I don't think she minds much. McKenna chuckled. If anything, you keep them occupied. Maybe she should be paying you. Charlie laughed at that and relaxed. I like them. They don't seem like little kids, and we talk a lot. She thought he was about to say something else, but he shook his head and took a bite of food. He's right. They don't act like first graders. They seem older, more mature. How much of that is the experience and how much is shifter? Kalid do mature faster. It is a side effect of the animal. While not drastic, they tend to mentally advance at a higher rate. Which means... She saw Charlie tilting his head, and figured it meant we four spoke to him also. That because of the length of time spent as animals, they probably matured mentally another year past their current age. So they are closer to 8 mentally? Yes. Though you will note their physical appearance is also changing. Not drastic, and there are no health issues associated with this. Just a condensed growth spurt. Why don't I feel different? Charlie's voice had a questioning tone, and McKenna knew he had been following along with the information, and she wondered if that was normal for a 10-year-old. From the information gleaned about your childhood, you have already matured due to life experiences. While being Kalid will solidify your stability, you just need time to finish growing. McKenna would have sworn We Four's voice held a hint of sorrow. But how did an AI know sadness? Huh, Charlie said, then went back to eating, this time with a bit more energy. With that, she dropped the subject. If the childcare needed to be changed, she'd deal with it then. But for now, it seemed it would work out well. If the last month had taught her anything, this was all small crap that could be easily handled. And small crap just didn't matter in the long run. In the car and headed to the school office to get him registered with her as guardian, he looked around curious at his new school. One of the newer ones in the area, it had good ratings and had the added advantage of being only 10 miles from her house. Worst case, Charlie could change and run all the way home in an hour. Remind me to go over the route for you to get home if something happens. It'd be a long run, but your wolf could do it easy, and we'll make sure there's a key hidden outside the house if you need to get home. He glanced at her and nodded slowly. Okay, I'd like that. The fact that any child understood the importance of escape routes created a sour taste in the back of her throat. But there wasn't anything she could change about the past. Tony's house ended up being further than the school, but she had no worries about Charlie being home by himself until she could get there. He'd been left alone a lot in his life, and while she'd try not to ever do that, she knew he could handle being alone for a while. Pulling into the school parking lot, she parked, then made sure she had the folder with all the documents that said she had the right to register Charlie for school. Roy Wallace had mailed them to her the next day. She walked in, Charlie next to her as they went into the office. A woman looked up, then back down to the computer screen in front of her. 1 minute, I'll be right with you. Her voice dismissive as she focused on something she worked on. McKenna waited. There wasn't a hurry with this, but still the attitude annoyed her. But maybe her temper rode a bit too short these days. But really, how hard was it to be polite? Yes. The woman looked up, and McKenna walked over and set down the folder with all the paperwork on the counter. Hi, I need to register Charlie Davis for school. The woman took the offered forms, glancing at McKenna, frowning, something flickering in her eyes. This says his last school was in Yuba County. Why hasn't he been in school for the last... She glanced back down, calculating. 3 weeks? Her eyes darted to him. He doesn't look like he's been sick.
And Yuba is on year-round school just like we are. This isn't one of the normal breaks. Was this normal? Do they get to ask this? Off balance, McKenna shrugged. Reasons. But I'm registering him now. Telling people about the last 3 weeks of Charlie's life wasn't something she would do in public. Something should stay private, and Charlie had the right to determine who knew. What reasons? Why do I know you? The woman glanced at the paperwork again, reading as she went through, and her eyes widened. You're that animal cop. Who let you be responsible for a child? Don't they know you're dangerous? Didn't they see that video? Her voice started to rise, and she drew back as if McKenna might bite her. To McKenna's astonishment, the woman made the sign of the cross as she took another step backwards. McKenna just looked at her. She couldn't even get upset because she just didn't know how to react. She glanced over at Charlie to see how he was taking it, but he just rolled his eyes and shrugged. Is she serious? The state gave me responsibility. He's my foster child, and I'd like to enroll him in school. Her voice stayed calm, even as a slow burn started deep inside. You shouldn't be allowed a child. You're an animal and put him at risk. I'm calling CPS. You shouldn't be allowed to have a child. Her voice had taken a hysterical note, and she'd backed up enough that she bumped into the desk behind her. If you look at the paperwork, you will see it is all in order, and you do not have the right to interfere with state-granted custody. McKenna kept her voice cool, pulling on her professional cop persona, the one that took nothing personally. I don't care! You can't have a child! You'll... She broke off in horror as she stared at Charlie, who had gone from bored to a complete what-the-hell look on his face. Oh, God! Is he an animal, too? She crossed herself again, stepping backwards around the desk as her voice cracked on the last word in a high-pitched tone. A door opened behind her, and an older man stepped out, dressed in a polo shirt and slacks. He screamed principal. Is there an issue here, Dolores? His voice low but curious, as he glanced back between the woman backed up from the counter and then to McKenna. McKenna tamped down on her temper and seriously thought about calling the police, but it wouldn't be worth the paperwork she'd have to do. However, she made a mental note to tell Tony all about this. She wants to register an animal for school, the woman stammered out, and the man went icy still. And a strange scent hit her. One she knew was familiar but couldn't place. I swear if he backs her up, I'm calling dispatch and I'll suck up the paperwork. Dolores, please go home. I don't think you're feeling well. The woman looked at him, eyes wide. Now, Dolores, go home. You are taking a sick day. Her face white, the woman spun, grabbed her purse, and headed out, making sure to keep a very wide space between herself and Charlie. The door banged behind her, and the man turned to them. I apologize, and I will be dealing with that. My name is Donald Lewis. I'm the principal here. Am I to understand you wish to register this young man for school? Please be assured your ability to shift or not shift has no bearing on how we treat our students. His eyes tracked to the door for a moment, then back to McKenna, a grim look on his face. Tension slipped out of her back, and she glanced at Charlie, who just rolled his eyes and shrugged. I've had worse treatment for being a foster kid. It's not the first time someone didn't like me. Now at least it's a real reason, I guess. His voice carried too much experience in it, and she found herself reaching out a hand to ruffle his hair. Yes, please. This is Charlie Davis. He'll be going here. He's in 4th grade. It would be my pleasure. Let's get this paperwork taken care of. With that, what she expected to be a routine, boring process was. But the fear on the woman's eyes lingered in her mind the rest of the day. Chapter 12. True Calling. Sociologists have been studying the shift in society with something approaching glee. And while any substantial information is still years out, they have produced some interesting observations. People who were already prejudiced against a group based on skin color or sexual preference or similar are much more likely to have a prejudice against shifters. What is fascinating right now is that they are also more likely to switch their prejudice. For example, if you hated homosexuals, you might now find them better since they are still human. As society continues to adapt, the studies will, in theory, measure these changes. TNN Science News. McKenna fully expected the face of the woman at the school would haunt her dreams in ways that the men she killed never would. Standing, looking at her bed, she toyed with the idea of shifting. Curling up as her cat would make the night pass fast and in deep slumber. But taking the easy way out because she dreaded her dreams seemed a bit stupid. You don't need to burn the calories, just go to bed. You're going to face people like that. Get used to it. With a shake of her head, she pulled on a t-shirt and dropped into bed. Tomorrow, she would go and pay her respects to the Mansours. The idea stressed her out. She'd never lost another cop since she'd been on the force, and she had missed the funeral. At least her excuse couldn't be doubted. But it didn't change the fact that she hated she'd missed it. She chased sleep, and finally caught it with a pounce, then sank into its embrace.
Right flank advance.
The flat order echoed in her head, and she found herself responding automatically, her eyes scanning for the enemy. Their mission required them to destroy any buildings left behind by the enemy, kill any Draken found. Even as she repeated the orders mentally, an image of a Draken appeared in her mind. A long, lizard-like creature with arching, elegant neck and large eyes that looked like fire opals. No pupils were visible, but the way it held its head and manipulated an object with long, delicate fingers with claws on the end told her it could see just fine.
Remember to target the head of any Draken you see. That is the weakest part of their anatomy. The head is their vulnerable spot.
The order from their controllers reverberated in her skull, and her eyes closed for a second as she dealt with the echo of the words in her skull. She acknowledged the message mentally and kept moving, as she swept from left to right, making sure everything in their way had been reduced to rubble. She caught sight of her teammates, her pack, all in warrior form with tactical armor on, long, sleek weapons in their hands. They flowed over the landscape like a wave of death. All shapes, sizes, animals from multiple worlds. Names flitting into her mind but weren't relevant, so she let them go as she continued to pace forward, her fur-covered claws holding her weapons lightly.
Right. 30 mice and out, a structure is still standing. Air support, knock it out.
Her voice called out over the con implanted in her jaw. Acknowledge, kinetic incoming in 3. The remote voice, devoid of any personality, responded on the comm.
Halt.
She sent the command to all her troops via their mental links, and the blanket of living death halted, backing away from the structure. A light broke through the cloud cover of the day, small, bright, like a candle flame, came streaking down and impacted the structure. Part of her noted at one time it might have been elegant and even beautiful with arches, columns, spires, and balconies. As the dust cleared from the precisely calculated kinetic weapon, all that remained lay exposed to her as chunks of dust and dirt-stained stone.
Continue.
Nothing else mattered but the mission, and she continued forward, looking for the enemy. Attention, Blue 312. Enemy detected approximate 5 Mycen to your right. Proceed there and eliminate the target. That inhuman voice providing the directions.
Acknowledged,
she said through the comm. The connection cut off, and she directed her thoughts to the connections of her pack. No squad, no squadron. That term clicked. They moved across the landscape. The occasional shot and scream of pain, background music she no longer noticed except in its absence. Up ahead, the building they were targeting appeared in the distance. fleeing Draken running from their approach even as defenders prepared weapons. Part of her admired the beauty of the building. Her eyes landed on people running away from them, if Draken qualified as people. None of that changed anything she needed to do. Various Draken were rushing away from them, young ones in their arms. Some were carrying large, whitish round objects.
Enemy sighted, proceed right, prepare to engage.
In unison, her squadron lifted their weapons, sighting downrange, and flowed to the right. Death on 2 feet. The lavender sky shone down through the break in the clouds the kinetic weapon had created, and she yearned to see it, to admire the unique color, but her body kept moving. The animals that might have existed on this planet were either dead, fled, or scared into hiding. The sound of aircraft flashing by overhead had her glancing up, verifying what she already knew: drone ships attacking the Draken ships. She'd never seen one whole, only flashes of color in the sky, brilliant against the flat metal colors of the drones. Questions were not allowed, so she didn't question, simply followed the commands imprinted in her mind. Bright colors glinted off a body covered in scales ahead, running away from them, 2 smaller beings running alongside. They were in range and her squadron slowed, weapons flowing like water to aim at the movement. Her mind snapped out the command. Fire at will. Light pulsed out of the weapons, aimed for the only weak spot identified. Screams erupted, but the firing didn't stop. And soon, the screams stopped. Bright-colored bodies fell to the ground in heaps, reflecting multicolored light into rainbows. Proceed. No pride, no emotions. Nothing except marking the lack of targets. Her squad continued moving across the landscape, their goal in sight. Tall towers of a stately manner their objective. Kill every creature inside and remove all crystal data storage. The implanted orders rang clear in her head. None of her squad even hesitated as they moved closer to the building. Her eyes dropped and scanned the motionless bodies as she passed them. Adult, 2 children, unarmed, the facts catalogued in her head. The young ones lay slumped against the adult, body and claws wrapped around it, trying to hide, even as the bursts of pure energy had punched through skulls to leave empty holes, with pale purple blood trickling out of them. Something deep inside screamed. But that part of her had not been allowed any input or... Her mind tripped for a second, and she almost stumbled trying to calculate time. Orders overrode everything, and her stride smoothed out, and she continued towards the building, the running and screaming from up ahead familiar music to her existence. Her squad moved in, firing at targets as they appeared. She felt links drop out as members of her squad were killed by return fire. She noted it and moved on. When losses exceeded 25%, she reassessed. Draken only had small subsets of their population that would fight back, but if a worm appeared, they would have to retreat. However, when assessment had been completed, she had verification that most resistance had been eliminated. With a mental nod, she shifted the formation, creating small teams to kill every living creature in the building. A small team went with her as she wound her way deeper in. Plans for similar buildings fed into her mind to let her know where the most likely location for crystal data storage would be. Each room was cleared and the occupants eliminated. A running tally in her head as they went through, for reports later. 10 adults, 3 younglings, 4 domestic animals, and 5 eggs. Idly, she noted that her eyes had liquid seeping out of them, but she dismissed that thought as irrelevant. Liquid tones issued behind a door, and her gun snapped up, destroying the lock before 2 of her team kicked it in, one going left, the other right, as she entered the room behind them. "Stop, don't do this!" The words had liquid music under them, but she understood them even as she had no idea what language they were spoken in.
Where are the data storage crystals? You are the speaker for this area. I required the data.
Her voice had no emotion, and she wanted to put the gun down, explore the room, talk to the being behind the desk, find out about this creature. Elegant, with gold and purple tiny scales covering the body, eyes whirling with colors she wanted to catalog, and claws sinking into the desk as it addressed her. Will you stop killing my people if I do? The liquid music of his language caused pain in her heart. But it also was irrelevant. No, it will make my mission over faster. Damn you, and damn the Elentran for creating you! The music voice became hard, sharp tones that hurt. Yes, I agree. She raised her weapon, instantly adjusting her aim to target the skull, and pulled the trigger before the Draken could react. The impact from such a close distance exploded the head, and her last image before it disappeared were sparks of fire in the night sky of its eyes. McKenna! McKenna, wake up! Charlie's voice and her body shaking dragged her up from the depths of the experience. Her eyes flew open, and she stared at him, unseeing. McKenna? McKenna! His voice started to rise, and she could hear the panic, but all she could see were sparks of fire disappearing in a spray of violet. Kenna! The voice in her head made her blink, and she refocused, actually seeing him. His eyes were wide, face pale, hand still on her shoulder as he looked at her. Are you okay? She blinked, the images and feelings from the dream, the memory crystal clear. I don't know. You're crying. I heard you in my bedroom. McKenna lifted her hand and touched her face, feeling tears covering her face. The sorrow slammed into her. We four, what the hell was that? She fought not to cry, scream, or be sick. The images of the children clutching at the adults slammed into her, and she retched, but kept everything down. Barely. Kenna? Charlie looked on the verge of panic. I'm okay, I think. She wiped at her tears, feeling like they weren't enough, that she needed to cry blood to atone for what she'd done. But she hadn't done it. Had she? We four, why do I feel guilty? What the hell? Her voice spiked in panic as she fought to get her emotions under control. The sound of her rapid breathing in the room only served to ratchet up her stress as she waited for the AI to respond. This outcome had not been considered. When sharing nanobots between the other Kalid, information also transferred. Some of that information included training scenarios to help condition Kalid for planet incursions. That particular scenario looked like an amalgam of a few attacks created for maximum impact. Hope welled up in her chest. So it was just a game, like a virtual reality game? No. The depiction seemed quite accurate from what my data implies. Planetfall, when a Draken settlement is found. Kill all non-combatants to demoralize and remove their reason to protect the planet. Elentran then move in and strip it of all resources, taking them back to their home planet system. The surviving Kalid are assessed and put back in storage until needed again. Storage? Kill all non-combatants? Bile rose back in her throat, demanding and unable to be ignored. She sprung from the bed, rushing to the bathroom where the contents of her stomach were deposited in the toilet. When she finished and thought she could function, she rinsed her mouth with mouthwash and walked back into the bedroom. That is what they want from us? She said it out loud, so Charlie would hear her, and the fact that mind speech right now seemed too intimate, too raw for anything she could handle. You are Kalid. Their troops against the Draken. The words hung in her mind, and she swallowed. But they aren't here, and this isn't anything I need to worry about for a while. Right? Correct. They will not be here for approximately 10 leads, if the information programmed is still correct. 10. Her mind caught on that.
then I'm not dealing with that. I don't have the ability to change or stop an alien invasion. I'm not thinking about it. And I'm going back to bed. As a cat. She hugged Charlie, pulling him down with her. He willingly shifted with her, and she curled around him, needing the touch of another creature, and trusting to the animal mind to prevent any more scenarios. McKenna carefully didn't think, didn't ask, didn't wonder how long Iliad was. Chapter 13. Paying Respects. The Olympic Committee has come down with a ruling regarding shifters. After extensive study on both athletes who are shifters and those who are not, with the cooperation of all athletes, it has been determined that while the ability to shift makes getting in shape easier, it does not affect their ability or desire to compete. As a result, there will be no follow-up on limiting eligibility. As a side note, approximately 15% of Olympic athletes are shifters, while in the professional sports, there are closer to 30%. TNN Sports. Are you really sure you want to go with me? McKenna asked again, looking at Charlie. He had on his nicest clothes, a pair of dark twill slacks and a button-up light blue shirt. He'd even gotten his blonde hair to lay flat. Yes, I was there. I saw it. I liked her. She talked to us a lot at the zoo that day. I should come. McKenna closed her eyes, fighting to swallow a sudden lump in her throat. Well then, we should go. The drive to Kayla's parents' house hung heavy with memories. The bright smile of the girl, how much fun she'd had as a jackal, the grin of acceptance at coming with them that day. Coming, because Raoul had called out sick. That thought tickled the back of her mind, but she shrugged it away. Today, she needed to focus on trying to give her condolences to parents who had lost their child, mixed with the relief that she hadn't lost anyone else's child. Their home was a ranch style in a small subdivision, neat, clean, with a black wreath on the mailbox. She walked up the path to the front door, smoothing her dress down, feeling odd in the heels and nylons, but some things you didn't take casually. Death rated high on that list. With a tight heart, she reached out and pressed the doorbell, wincing at the blatant blare she heard on the other side of the door. She waited, listening to the sound of feet moving slowly towards the door. The click of locks and the door pulled open to reveal a woman who looked so much like Kayla. McKenna found her breath catching. She had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, which were swollen and puffy, a scarf wrapped around her head in dark gray, and a dark tunic over leggings, all in that same color. The color of sadness.
I'm sorry. This is not a good time for visitors,
the woman said, her voice low, rough. And McKenna wanted to cry and grab Charlie and all those she cared about to prevent this level of grief. I understand, but that is why I am here. My name is McKenna Largo. I worked with Kayla, and I was there when they shot her. The words cut like broken glass coming out of her mouth, but she pushed them out. I came to offer my condolences. The woman's eyes widened just the tiniest bit. Then she nodded, stepping back, holding open the door.
Please enter and be welcome.
McKenna entered, Charlie close behind her. The woman led them to a living room where two men sat. The woman turned to McKenna.
I'm Sarah Mansour. This is my husband Samad and my son David.
Her voice still soft as she finished introductions.
Samad, David, this is Officer McKenna Largo. She worked with Kayla. She's the cop that was taken. I'm sorry, is the child yours?
The older man, Samad, rose, his dark eyes looking at her, but David made her flinch as he glared at her.
This is Charlie Davis. He was one of the kids there. He saw Kayla. She trailed off. Not sure if she should say murdered, killed, shot. What word did you use in this situation?
Thank you for coming, Samad said, his voice low. I understand you watched over the children in your care until you could escape.
Yes, but I needed to tell you how sorry I am that Kayla was shot. I know her funeral was observed while I was unavailable, but you needed to know she acted honorably and protected the children until the very last. Her voice certain, even as she reached out to touch Charlie, needing to feel him.
Honorable? She should not have been there. She should have chosen a job that let her have a family and be protected.
David raged as he sprang from the couch, storming towards McKenna. She heard a low growl in the back of her mind. Charlie, no. He subsided, and McKenna met David's anger head-on, her heart aching as she took in the dark circles under his eyes and bit into the quick nails. Kayla told me how proud she was to be a police officer, how much she enjoyed serving, that she felt it was a debt she owed as this country saved her family. Should I dishonor that sacrifice? The Mansour family froze, stunned, and Sarah Mansour stammered, "She said that? That is why she became a cop?" McKenna nodded. She wore her badge with pride. I know she felt stressed that you didn't support her job, but she tried to be a good cop. I would have done anything if I could have saved her. But I had to protect the kids. Her brother started to blurt something, but Samad laid his hand on his shoulder.
No, that was the correct decision. Children are gifts that we can't replace. And one child lost so that many are saved is what is right. But she shouldn't have been there, David protested. Why didn't she become a teacher or something safe? You could have made her.
Made her? McKenna didn't say anything, but stayed quiet, not wanting to get into what was obviously a familiar battle. Samad stood a bit straighter, looking at his son. She couldn't understand the emotion in his eyes.
Should I have? Then how would I be any better than the people that chased us from our home? We are taught to raise strong, intelligent children and to let them make their own way in the world. I did that. Well, I cry at the heavens for taking my daughter from me, and I would wish she had a less dangerous career. I would not turn back time and take away her right to choose. I am proud of her. Proud of the woman she was, even against our disapproval.
David, she did what was right for her. Do not sully her memory by taking away what she did.
Sarah's voice had the weight of mother in it. She turned dark eyes to McKenna.
Thank you. We needed to hear that. I never understood why she wanted to do something so unfeminine, but I never looked at it as a service. That makes me proud of her choice.
Charlie spoke up, his young voice cutting through the heated atmosphere. I liked her. She talked about family to me and told me family is who loves you even when they don't like you. She loved you a lot. She told me she wanted her parents to be proud of her. Everyone looked at him and he shrugged. We were watching the wolves, and I told her I wish I could stay a wolf and never have to deal with family. She talked about you. Said you didn't understand or like what she did, but she never doubted you loved her, and that a true family always loved you. Then she hugged me and told me someday I'd have a family like that. His hand reached out and grabbed McKenna's, and she thought her heart might explode with the well of emotions. Now I think I might. I'm sorry she died. She was a nice lady cop. All the adults looked at him, and color slowly rose in his face, and he looked at the ground, but didn't let go of McKenna's hand.
Thank you. Both of you,
Sarah said, reaching out to gently touch Charlie's head, and David nodded, tears streaking his face as he turned and went to stare out into the backyard. McKenna made their goodbyes, and they escaped. But before she got in the car, she pulled Charlie close into a tight hug. Neither of them speaking, even though she knew Sarah watched from the door. She hugged him for a long minute. Then they got in the car and headed home. Their home. Chapter 14. Knowledge is dangerous. There have been more incidents of people who shift into animal form and go crazy. While still not common, there is enough data to indicate that the norm of being fully in control of your animal self may not be the only outcome. As of yet, no one knows enough to be able to make any suggestions or theories as to why or how to fix it. TNN News. JD took a sip of his beer, watching her. McKenna felt his eyes on her, but she didn't respond, listening to Charlie play on the video gaming system JD had brought over. He'd told her he'd had it sitting around, and since he never had time to play, he thought Charlie would enjoy it. She didn't quite believe him, as it looked awfully new. But either way, he'd enjoyed giving it to Charlie so much she wasn't going to argue. And for now, it kept him occupied. McKenna didn't want to hide things from Charlie, but at the same time, letting him know everything would just cause more stress. She sighed and drank her iced tea.
So talk.
His voice low, and she wrinkled her nose at him. If I do, that makes it all the more real. It came out as a half whine, and she sighed. Why can't I just be a cop? Do my job?
JD snorted. Because you change into a cougar, are the most famous person in the world, and are now a mom?
That brought a smile. That change I never expected. But I'm enjoying it.
I never understood why you were so against being a mom.
Life experience? Didn't figure I could be a good one. But he's had it rougher than I did, so I figure I can't be worse, if that makes any sense.
It does. Not a happy thing, but I get it,
he said, a wry smile twisting his mouth. Should I ask about his family? He's worse than me about not talking about his past. Don't think either of us are up to world-shaking revelations today. They fell into a companionable silence, the cicadas chirping, explosions coming from the TV, and the distant sound of cars, the music surrounding them. There are changes to my programming I need to make you aware of. Wee4's voice jolted her out of her almost zen state, and she bit back a curse. A quick glance at JD told her Wee4 had spoken to both of them. At least her unwelcome guest learned when to share thoughts and when not to. An advantage of a sort. And what changes would that be? JD leaned back, beer in his hand, but she saw the white knuckles as he held it and agreed. Wee4 never seemed to tell them good news. The Commander programming has been repaired to the point that full access to all Commander functions is now available. McKenna blinked, trying to think through that. I thought all Commander gave me was the ability to talk to other people if we shared nanobots. No. While the structural repair is standard across all nanobots, the ability to link to other Kalid is available to all. Commanders have a variety of abilities, and they are all functional now. Drone abilities are basic, while Commander builds on them.
What are the drone abilities?
JD's question filled the air, and McKenna sagged in relief. She didn't know what to ask. Well, she did, but if she asked anything, it would lead to more questions, and her life right now already seemed fraught with complications. All Kalid are equipped with basic cellular restructuring. This allows for regeneration of wounds, ensures all cellular copies are perfect, short-range transharmonic communication for any Kalid that has swapped nanobots, warrior and animal form, and resistance to alcohol and most diseases.
I get most of that, but why the part of cellular copies being perfect?
McKenna asked, now more fascinated than anything, and pushing far to the back the knowledge that this affected her. Beings age because their cellular structure is duplicated imperfectly. The Elentrin solved that issue millennia ago. All cellular structure is preserved to being perfect copies of the original, or in some cases, the improved original. McKenna glanced at JD, a questioning look on her face.
Are you saying we do not age?
Once optimal conditioning and age has been reached, all structures are locked in place, allowing wounds to be healed and even limbs regrown given enough calories and time.
Holy fuck,
McKenna whispered, her voice low as that sank in. The idea seemed too large to even begin to comprehend, so she let it go. Okay, so drones are mortal werewolves. How does a commander differ? Commanders act as communication hubs to allow all Kalid under them to communicate with each other without having shared nanobots. They have a translation matrix in place that learns languages when exposed, have multiple forms, technology models, drone control, identification of other Kalid and their shape symbols, partial shift, multiple forms, and should have restricted command procedures driving their actions.
Wait, what does that mean? Should have restricted command procedures?
McKenna remembered the her in the dream, the one that watched but couldn't even begin to resist the commands implanted in her mind. All commanders are the best of the Kalid, the one most suited mentally and physically to further the Elentrin vision. Allowing them freedom of will has proved perilous in the past, so their orders are imperatives they are unable to disobey. McKenna swallowed. Is that why in the scenario I felt emotions and had curiosity, but never slowed or looked at anything that wasn't part of that mission?
Wait, what scenario are you talking about?
JD demanded, sitting up, his lazy relaxation gone as he stared at her. I got pulled into a dream where I was a ground trooper. It was freaky, scary, cool, and amazing all at the same time. I'm not sure how else to describe it other than virtual reality on steroids. Everything felt real. Everything. Especially the people dying. Those are training scenarios. As a commander, you can pull in a set of drones into one to dictate how they should respond and make sure they follow the orders. Provide training to eliminate confusion in a battle situation.
So, she could pull me into one.
JD's eyes lit up.
Let's go. I want to do that. No.
McKenna responded faster than the AI. I'm not ready for that. You aren't ready. Just no. Maybe later. JD looked like he would start pouting any moment, and she glared at him. He rolled his eyes at her and sat back down, sipping his beer again. The picture of relaxation.
What did you mean by technology modules?
Complete data on the technology any commander would be expected to use while on mission is loaded. If needed, access can be granted.
Really? That would be kind of cool to be able to program computers and stuff.
The modules are specific to data crystals, ships, weapons, and cultural customs for the Elentrin. Currently, it would be of no use to you in your current role.
Well, so much for that.
McKenna sighed and sat back.
What new commander functions are now available? Or did you cover all of them?
JD asked, his eyes up on the stars above them. Stars that didn't seem so bright and full of hope anymore. All functionality has been mentioned. The AI paused, and McKenna tilted her head, waiting. Integrating all the information from the other drones updated data missing in the command module. However, this data directly conflicts with information you have provided. Direction is required to understand how to correctly incorporate this data.
Like what?
Her stomach tightened as she waited for the answer. The original programming intended to lock all Kalid into mindless animal form. The solar wave that hit corrupted those orders. While programming has been repaired, the repaired parts are not overwritten by the original. She almost sagged in relief, but her stomach still churned. Why would they want us locked into a mindless animal form? Programming does not dictate. Those were the original orders. Huh. Okay. We four, if you find anything else out, please let us know. Of course, Commander. All too aware of the listener in her body, but not seeing any way around it, McKenna glanced at JD. His face held the same concern she felt. So, if the programming was damaged, and we are not what was planned, what was? Her voice didn't carry far, and she glanced to make sure Charlie still played video games. JD didn't answer immediately, finishing off his beer with closed eyes. With a sigh, he opened his eyes and looked at her as he set the beer down on the table. Nothing good and you know it. What do you want to do? What do you mean? You are probably the only person with a functioning AI. And we foresaid that there were not very many commanders, and we are the only ones that know this involves aliens and other things. McKenna sat frozen as she processed that. Oh, fuck. You're telling me I need to tell someone. And what do? Call the FBI and say, by the way, I have an intelligent alien computer program in my brain that says all of this was a plot by some aliens? She rolled her eyes at him. They'd lock me up and probably record it, and I'd go viral again. This time as they drug me full of antipsychotics. JD scrubbed his hand across his face, and then dug in a pocket for a spinner, flicking it as he sat. I don't know. But aren't we responsible to do something? You tell me what to do. That won't get me locked up in a loony bin where even my current fame won't let me keep Charlie. He grimaced, and the spinner moved faster. Point. They'd yank him out of here so fast none of us could stop them. She sighed and sank back. So, for now, I'm going to pretend I don't know anything. I can't. If I can see a way to prove it, I will. Besides, how do I stop an alien race? We foresaid they're still a long way away. Maybe by the time they get here, we'll be ready to pull off an interstellar battle. But until then, I'm keeping my mouth shut, going back to work, and acting like any other cop. JD snorted. You mean any other cop that is famous turns into a cat and is a new mom? McKenna narrowed her eyes at him, even as the corners of her mouth turned up. Yeah, like that. He chuckled and got up. Going to say goodnight then. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, JD. McKenna watched him say goodnight to Charlie and head out. She looked up at the sky, the stars, and the idea that somewhere out there existed a race of aliens that wanted to use her, that had created the Kalid, made their twinkling brightness sinister. Chapter 15. Day 1. I'm telling you, this is the precursor to an invasion, an alien invasion. It has all the hallmarks of typical invasion strategies. You see discord and chaos among your enemy. You created a situation where you have your enemy fighting themselves, plus a small subsection of the population that is ostracized and perfect for slaves. Hell, if you twisted this just right, you could even make it so your enemy sells them to you. I tell you, look at history. What we have going on here are the hallmarks of a foothold event, and that is assuming what makes them turn into animals doesn't make them loyal to the enemy. Ranting caller on The Harvey Klein Show. Monday found her dropping him off at the bus stop and feeling weird as she pulled away, watching her foster son wait for the bus. At 10, she had no worries about him waiting alone. Plus, being a shifter meant he could get away if he needed to. They'd been working on the mental links, and she thought it might be getting stronger and reaching farther, but not enough to cover her patrol route during the day. Walking into the station for the last week in uniform felt strange and good. She needed to be back, but also looked forward to the new job.
Kenna,
She heard JD call her and turned to see him walking in with a mug of coffee.
ready?
Yep. Let's get this show on the road. As she took the travel mug from him. Once in the car, they slipped back into the easy partnership they had with each other, but the link in their mind enhanced it. She could sense which way he would move and automatically moved to support or counter depending on the need. I'm not sure if this is cool or creepy, she commented halfway through the day.
I'm voting for cool. It just feels right having you there. Not as invasive as I was worried it might be, so I'm fine with it.
She snorted and flipped on her lights. Speeder, and yep, he just ran the stop sign. Really? How hard is it to notice the big red hexagon?
Very.
JD's voice was dry as he waited for her to get close enough and run the plates. With sirens and lights on, she pulled up behind the car and it moved over to the side, coming to a stop. A dark gray foreign sedan, 4 doors with taped-up rear lights and primer on the bumper. Anything?
No issues with the license. Says it's owned by a Jessica Samuels, age 31.
He pivoted the screen so she could see the address and driver's license of the picture of one Jessica Samuels. An African-American with hair and braids and a wide smile looked out of the computer. Got it. She opened the door to the car, stepping out and walking up to the driver's side window. The window rolled down, and a young man, probably barely past 18, looked out of the window at her. Eyes wide and hands so tight on the steering wheel she could see white at his knuckles. His dreadlocked hair only reached his shoulders, and while he wore clean clothes, the odor of marijuana slapped her in the face, sharp and clear. Tilting her head, she smelled a sharp, sweet scent, almost felt it call to her. Her whole body shuddered as she realized that. What the fuck?
Sir, did you notice that not only were you going faster than the posted speed limit, but you didn't even stop at the sign back there?
Her voice came out collected and cool, even as her knuckles went white around the butt of her gun, as she tried to figure out why she knew he had about an ounce of low-quality weed in the console.
No, officer, I was busy jamming to my music and didn't see it.
May I see your license and registration, please? A minute of fumbling in the car, obviously trying to find it. He handed her his license and the car's registration.
I'm, sorry?
She took the provided paperwork and walked back to the car, her mind pinging JD.
Need to talk to you.
JD's head tilted, but he drifted back to the car even as he gave it a once-over as she got in to run the info.
Talk or mind?
The dash cam recorded voice, and this wasn't anything she ever wanted to risk getting out, at least not right now.
Mind.
I know he has pot. From the strength of the smell, about an ounce. Cheap-ass shit, too. Dime bag.
And you know this how?
JD didn't sound disbelieving. He just asked.
I don't know.
Of course you do. The training you gave the children also trained you. With the ability to change into an animal form, your olfactory sense have been improved. You should be able to detect many things if you train yourself to notice them. She stiffened as Wee Four's voice floated through her mind, and JD did also. The AI's voice didn't have the richness that JD and Charlie did. Flatter, tinnier. It always scraped against her, not like nails on a chalkboard, but something that just edged against you. Though it had almost started to feel comforting. I don't have a valid reason to search him, and frankly, for an ounce of pot, I just don't care. Her hands went through the motions of looking him up in the computer, even as she worked this through in her mind. The young man came up as Jeroy Samuels, son of Jessica. Let's just give him the ticket and not mention it. But I think I need to explore this. Odd that this pops up and we're being transferred to narcotics, she said, even as she printed out the ticket.
Hey, not everyone in your life can become a viral video. Talk to Hollick, her new boss?
The smirk in his voice had her rolling her eyes. New guy, I think.
No reason to give Anne any more gray hairs.
JD snorted at that, and they both got out of the car. Approaching the window, she handed the young man his license and registration. I'm going to give you a citation for speeding and failure to obey traffic signs. She went through the boilerplate of the court date and how to find out the fine. The man almost wilted in relief as she turned and walked away. If I didn't know what he was so guilty for, he would have hit every trigger I had. Probably first time he's ever bought weed. McKenna wanted to laugh. Pot was still illegal, though signs were California would soon follow Oregon and Washington and make it legal. But for now, she really didn't feel like ruining a kid's life for an ounce.
Probably. Let's get this day over, Kenna. I was hoping for a quiet week, but I don't think you're going to let me have that, are you?
JD Mock sighed in her head, and she resisted the urge to stick her tongue out at him. McKenna flipped back to words as they got in the car. Don't blame me, I'm just trying to do my job.
Yeah, but you're like a Murphy's Law magnet. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
McKenna shot him a look. But at this point, she really couldn't argue. And she really wished she could. Her senses on high alert, she started up their routine again. The day seemed pretty quiet, and they pulled into a standard spot at an intersection with a high rate of accidents. Just having the car sitting there visible made people less likely to push the red light. And it gave them some time to enter data and see if anything needed their attention. A cacophony of horns grabbed her attention, and she looked up to see a truck, older, foreign, two-door pickup, blow through the red, and two other cars barely avoid hitting it. It kept going, weaving the lane even with no other traffic there. Ready? She asked, as she flipped on the lights and siren and put the car in drive.
Always, he said as he typed in the call. You got a license?
Nope, but we'll have one in a few. With the sirens screaming their annoyance, she caught up to the truck, and she saw the driver jerk his head up, then slow down and start to pull over. Hey, something goes right today. But I think we are taking in this driver.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The truck pulled over, and she came up at a slight angle, making sure the camera would capture everything and to protect them a bit from the street traffic. She got out, a hand on her weapon as she approached. A symbol flashed in her eyes as she looked over the man through the rolled-down window. Older, probably a few years than her, but he looked a good decade older. He smelled wrong. Bad. In a way that made her want to rub her nose.
Sir, are you aware you just ran a red light and almost caused multiple accidents?
He looked up at her. Eyes dilated to the point she had to focus to realize his pupils were so wide that only thin brown rings remained of his iris.
Sir, I need you to step out of the car.
Oh, sure.
He stepped out, and his knees almost buckled as he tried to stand.
JD,
she called out as she steadied him with her left hand, making her tilt her right hip away from him so he couldn't grab her gun if this was a feint. He moved around the front, his huge arms grabbing the man effortlessly as he sagged, his eyes looking around wildly.
Lower him to the ground, I'll call a bus.
JD did that as she radioed in for an ambulance, the sour, bitter smell from the man almost making her gag. Once the order had been acknowledged, she turned her attention back to the man who lay on his back, his breathing rapid. Each breath he exhaled carried the same smell of wrongness, but it didn't smell like booze or drugs. It smelled sweet.
Do you smell that on him? Yeah, that sickly sweet smell. Yeah, what is it, a new type of drug?
He didn't have the man restrained, but neither of them were taking chances. Sir, are you on something? Taking drugs? She spoke slowly and clearly. The man had obvious trouble concentrating, and trying to talk too fast would just make it worse.
Oh,
he slurred back and grabbed at his chest.
Heart attack?
JD asked, even as he waved people around them who were slowing to look. McKenna looked at the man, and a glint of gold caught her eye. She reached down and pulled out a necklace from under his shirt, a medical alert dangling from it.
Fuck, she muttered and glanced at it. Diabetic.
She hit the radio.
Suspect is a diabetic. Signs of diabetic incident. Let incoming bus know.
Copy? The dispatcher's voice clear and calm, and McKenna looked down at the man.
You're diabetic. I've let them know. Help is coming.
The man sagged back a bit and nodded, closing his eyes. The ambulance pulled up, and a whirl of activity erupted. 15 minutes later, the bus headed out. The man, Aaron Larson, on board. A call for a tow truck had been put in, and the truck marked. Sitting in the car, writing it up, she didn't look at him. We can smell diabetes? How does a shifter get diabetes? I thought being a shifter cured things. With time and focus, yes, but he should have never been selected. The programming for that bot must have been severely damaged to even select that person as a K-lid. Weefor's voice rattled her skull, but she didn't complain, but followed up instead. What do you mean with time and focus? To do cellular organ-level repair, the K-lid needs to shift often to allow the bots the ability to repair the damage. If he had been shifting more, he might be able to cure diabetes? Are you saying a shifter can be cured of most diseases? Cellular-level damage, even to organs, can be repaired if the cells are restructured often enough to counteract the disease and destroy the virus or bacteria. McKenna glanced at JD and shook her head. Eternal youth and freedom from disease. I'm thinking keeping our mouths shut is the better choice here, especially if it ever got out that you can give someone this ability. He nodded slowly, looking out the window, his fingers playing with a spinner.
Yeah. If people find out commanders can spread this, and that they could be cured,
he shook his head.
There'd be madness. People demanding it, but at the same time, should we be hiding that we could do this? Save people? Cure them?
McKenna swallowed hard, the ramifications of the question tearing at her. Yeah, I know. But the rest? I mean, what happens if they come here? Be aware that not all people will become K-lid. If the nanobot does not find them a suitable host, the bots will not invade the cells. While a commander can force them, forced conversions or converting a being with serious genetic issues will result in a biomass meltdown. Even the words sounded creepy. But she had to know. What is that? A biomass meltdown? A moving, living lump of flesh that is neither human nor animal. If this happens, the intelligence and ability of the nanobots to control or direct the change will be distorted, and the being dies, unable to breathe, eat, or excrete. Failure rate for forced conversions is close to 75% in other species. A shudder ran down McKenna's spine at the thought, paired with a 75% failure rate, and she closed her eyes, trying to center herself. Keeping this to ourselves sounds like a good idea. Her brain choked, catching up on the last part of Weefor's comment. Wait, other species? Non-humans. Statistics for human forced conversions are not available. And I'm in so over my head. She shook herself, looked at JD, whose eyes were about as wide and panicked as hers. Work sounds good. He nodded, face a bit pale, and they both focused on everything mundane and very terrestrial. Chapter 16. Making an Impression. I hear voices! A man in Chicago swears he and his girlfriend can talk to each other via telepathy. They're both shifters, and he swears they were normal. But one night after some rough sex left them exhausted, they woke up able to talk to each other mentally. He says they've tried it with other people, but still, only he and his girlfriend have the ability. Tabloid news. The rest of the shift went like normal. But no matter what, every person they pulled over, McKenna breathed them in, trying to analyze. What her nose told amazed her, creating both a fascination and a terror that she didn't want to explore at all. But now that she paid attention to it, she couldn't not be aware. Cigarettes, booze, drugs, and a few that she suspected meant the person was sick, both from vague memories of time spent in the hospital and because of how they looked. But she knew more than she ever wanted to know about every person she talked to that day. By the time they headed back to the station, her skin crawled, and she wanted to cut off her nose. The sheer number of people who reeked of sex astounded her. Pulling into the station, she sagged in the driver's seat. All I want to do is take a shower and drown myself in unscented everything. And after today, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to have sex again without thinking of that creepy guy we pulled over for distracted driving. I swear, there was at least 3 different women on him. Why? The man in question was missing 3 teeth. 2 other teeth were black. He had a scraggly beard she wanted to pluck. An attitude that would have carried him across the continent. JD held up his hands.
Don't look at me. You don't want to know the last time I had sex.
We 4 started to reply, and McKenna slapped a mental hand down. No, McKenna burst out. I don't. I love you. You're my best friend. But please don't give me any details of your sex life. The same intent went to we 4, who subsided, much to her relief, as she knew the AI had been about to comment. The smirk JD sent her had her narrowing her eyes. Quit being a jerk. Levering herself out of the car, she felt like the day had added weight to her.
What? Give up my guy card? Then where would I be?
McKenna ignored him as she walked into the station, then slowed her mind, drawing a blank. Do you know the name of our boss? I've never paid much attention to the narc squad.
Owen Warris. Been with the force 15 years. Transferred from New York, so he has cred.
Great. And we get to come in like some showboaters. Wonderful. She felt like beating her head against the wall. For all the positive things this shifting gave her, the negatives were just as great. JD caught up to her as they walked through the doors, and he dropped to mental communication.
Tell him, maybe I can learn this too, and then we'll be the rock star team.
Great, another reason for me to be different and strange. JD snorted.
Kenna, you've always been strange. Now it's just for a valid reason.
She shot him a sideways glare but didn't respond, not wanting to enter a full-bore bicker war, no matter how much fun it would be. Instead, she headed back into a section of the station she rarely went. Offices and rooms for most other groups weren't an area that traffic officers tended to visit often, but she headed there now. Winding through the odd building, she opened the door with the label Narcotics Enforcement Unit and stepped in and almost stumbled to a halt, her eyes wide.
What's wrong?
JD's voice hit against her mind as she stood there frozen, unable to move forward or step back. Heads lifted and looked at her, some eyes narrowing, others widening in appreciation. Drugs. So many drugs. There are multiple people in here with drugs on them or in their desks. What the fuck should I do?
Keep walking. Talk to Owen.
JD's hand hit her back softly, and she moved forward, eyes scanning the room even as her nose took it all in and narrowed in on the most damning evidence. From the strength of the smell, she knew the third desk in contained over a pound of coke in it. The metric scale had never clicked in her brain, so everything still translated to American. Walking with a smile pasted on, she didn't let her eyes rest on any one person, even as all of them tracked her movements. Though, later in the afternoon, this squad usually didn't start until after 10, when most dealers started to get up and moving, so the squad room had plenty of people in it to track her progress. McKenna kept the smile pasted on her face until she hit the open office door with the placard Lieutenant Owen Warris stuck on it, and a man behind the desk typing furiously on the computer. She scanned the scene, taking him in before she spoke. Middle-aged, at least a decade older than her, shaggy brown hair that had a few streaks whisking through it and lines of stress between his eyebrows.
She had the bad feeling she wasn't going to help those stress lines at all.
Lieutenant Owen? His head jerked up, and she saw his eyebrows were peppered with gray hairs and reminded her of caterpillars. The man blinked a few times to refocus his eyes, she assumed.
Detective Largo?
His voice sounded a bit confused,
But she could handle that.
Yes, sir. JD and I were wondering if we could talk to you. He arched a brow and leaned back a bit, looking at them with sharp green eyes.
Sure. Come on in.
His office wasn't that much larger than Hollick's, but he managed to fit 2 chairs into the room. They entered and shut the door. But after a sharp look at the chairs, JD shook his head, leaning against the door.
My chairs, thank you, Sergeant Davidson,
Warris said, his voice dry.
What can I do for you two? You aren't officially mine until next week.
McKenna snorted and sat down in the chair.
If you aren't careful, he'll wear a kilt to work. Anything to get out of pants.
Owen shot a look at JD.
Kilt or skirt?
JD drew himself up, crossing his arms against his chest.
Kilt. Why would I dishonor it by wearing anything else underneath it?
A slow smile started across the man's face, warming it.
Willing to wear one? Monday morning?
JD shrugged.
Sure. Heck of a lot more comfortable and I can shift faster in it.
Huh,
point. Didn't think about that.
Owen shifted his eyes back to McKenna.
You still haven't said what brings you two in here today.
McKenna looked at him, her eyes serious as her thoughts tumbled around in her mind. Do I trust him? Does he know he has dirty officers? Can he handle what I tell him? Am I opening myself up for abuse? We 4 didn't pipe up, and she hadn't shared it with JD, so that left it all up to her. Steeling herself mentally, even as she straightened in the chair. I wanted to let you know about a new aspect to my shifting abilities, but it became complicated when I entered this section of the building.
New aspect? And complicated how?
McKenna resisted the desire to shoot JD a look and struggled to keep her voice even. Do you know about that incident that happened earlier?
The kidnapping? Yes, I'm aware of it.
Are you aware I was required to teach the children I protected to identify various drugs and other substances? Owen leaned forward, his eyes sharp. No, I wasn't aware of that fact. He didn't say anything else, letting the statement hang there. Not sure what else to do, McKenna plowed forward. It turns out, as an aspect of that training, I learned to recognize those scents. And more. Her nose wrinkled involuntarily. Really, sex as a scent just overpowered everything. He jerked forward, looking at her. That is excellent.
I assume you can replicate it?
He turned his head, eyes spearing JD.
Can you do the same thing? Now, no. I've been assured I can easily learn.
This is excellent.
And from the looks on your faces, I'm assuming you can do it as humans and as animals?
That would be correct, sir.
Yes. You realize we'll need to have this verified by an independent party, but if you can pull that off with witnesses, it could hold up in court as well as dog drug seizures do.
He paused, looking at them.
No offense.
McKenna snorted, not bothering to try to hide it. Offense taken. Though in animal form, your dogs are probably better. More nose sensors from what I've learned. But I have the brain to be able to make higher-level decisions and understand what I smell, not just that I smell it. Owen's eyes narrowed, but he didn't look away from her. Instead, focused.
Which implies what?
That while I smell drugs, can identify them, I can also extrapolate information. Such as the quality, the amount, and other scents, too. She trailed off, not really wanting to get into sex. Owen tilted his head, looking back and forth between the two of them, and this time his eyes narrowed on JD leaning against the door, blocking it. And what aspect of this are you concerned I won't like? Fuck do I tell him?
You can't be you and lie about this stuff, Kenna. I'm here always.
She darted a look at JD, and he met her head on. Unwavering support and trust. With a deep breath, McKenna turned her head back toward Owen Warris. The aspect that when I walked in, I was assaulted by over a pound of coke, at least half a pound of weed, and I think you have one person who is dying. His eyes had widened, then snapped down into narrowed slits even as his body stiffened into a ramrod of attention. Explain. She shrugged. How the hell did she explain it? I can show you the drugs that are in desks and you'll find the amounts match. As to the dying? Third desk up from yours, an older man, Hispanic, has pictures of a wife and 2 kids on his desk. He smells wrong. Sick wrong. Owen sat there for an eternity. But the clock on the wall told her it barely took 2 minutes before he stood. A violent action that sent the chair ricocheting backwards. Follow me. He strode towards the door, and JD moved out of his way. He stopped 3 steps outside the door, and McKenna noted there were worn marks on the cheap carpet, as if someone stood there often.
Everyone, this is an exercise. Please stand up and leave your desks and get out of this office. I'll meet you in the parking lot in 10 minutes.
It either proved his respect as an officer, or that the men knew he wouldn't take any bullshit. But either way, the entire room cleared through with a lot of backward glances and curious looks. When it was empty, Owen turned and looked at JD. Go stand against the door. I don't want anyone bursting back in here. JD shrugged and moved over to the door, leaning against it, his arms crossed, and the perfect image of the immovable object. Owen glanced at McKenna, his face blank. Prove the drugs. The sickness we'll deal with in a few. Swallowing hard, McKenna did, refusing to think. She moved directly to one desk, pulling open the bottom drawer, then a false bottom, and pulled out a package of white powder. Her nose screamed at her. It was high-quality coke, barely cut at all. Well, she didn't say anything, instead moving to the other side of the room and pulling out a pair of boots from under the desk and reaching in and pulling out 3 bags of pot. One more desk with 5 small bags of meth, and she stopped. Nothing else obvious, though the taint is everywhere. And of course, the guy who was sick. Her voice low, and she still didn't know if this was the right thing to do. You never ratted out fellow officers, but crooked cops made the world worse. She'd found herself caught between a rock and the fire once again. Owen nodded, and she couldn't read him. Good. Sergeant Davidson, will you go ask for Detective Estella to come in and grab IA on your way back, please? JD looked at him with an arched brow, then nodded, heading out the door. Owen turned those green eyes on McKenna, and she wanted to shrink back, but she stood, looking at him, her face blank. And what exactly am I going to do with you now? That question she had not expected. That is up to you. I'm positive this is repeatable and testable, and if I'm right, JD will learn fast. If anything, I think he'd be better at it than me. And why would that be? His voice had Arctic ice in it, and McKenna wondered if she'd be able to work with this man. He's a bear. Bears have the best senses of smell in mammals. And you would know that how? When you and your partner turn into animals, it only seems intelligent to research those animals and what they can do. It turns out some animal characteristics do carry over to our human forms. I see. His eyes narrowed, looking at her. Before he could say anything else, JD came in the door with a lean Hispanic man with hair receding from his forehead. As he got closer, she could smell sickness on him, and didn't know how she knew it. But the urge to bite out the wrongness slashed through her, and she shuddered with both revulsion and trying to control the urge.
Lieutenant Warris, Amanda Bond will be here in a minute.
Warris winced a bit but turned his attention to the detective. Hector, I got a question for you, and I apologize now if I'm crossing any boundaries. Are you dying? The man blinked, attention locked on his boss. He shrugged. Not how I planned on telling you. I finished filing the leave of absence paperwork this morning. I'm assuming it will be approved. I have cancer. Prostate. They think they can beat it, but it will require some intensive chemotherapy and I won't be able to work while I'm on it. He paused, his eyes drifting to JD and McKenna. Why are they here? Complicated. Warris sighed, rubbing his temple like a headache was forming. He looked up at McKenna. Is this going to be common with you? JD coughed, covering up a laugh, and McKenna resisted the desire to shoot him a look. As of the last month or so, it seems like it. As to the headache level, you might want to check with Sergeant Hollick or Captain Kirk. He gave her another look, and she wanted to throw her hands up in the air. I swear, no matter what I do, it's the wrong thing according to someone. She groused to JD in her head. He didn't respond, just fought back a smile, and she restrained a sigh. Estrella, of course I'll approve it, and you let me know if there's anything else you need from me. He paused as a woman walked in and McKenna blinked, her eyebrows raising. While most cops dressed professionally, they usually had an air of relaxed comfort to them. This woman looked like she had walked out of a magazine ad for professional cops. Her white button-down shirt had crisp iron lines, her slacks the same, and her jacket so sharp it looked like you might cut yourself on it. Her hair, a tight cut that lay tight on her skull, making the white blonde hair gleam. Ice blue eyes surveyed the situation, and she headed directly to Warris. You requested internal affairs? He took a deep breath, his back tense, and McKenna made definite assumptions from his reactions. Yes. It looks like I might have an officer on the take and want to discuss it with you. He glanced at Estrella. You could ask the men to come back in here, please. He then looked at McKenna. Please move everything you found over to the table against the wall. Officer Bond, those items were all found in desks in this room. While the pot and the meth are an acceptable amount for proof when they are undercover, the coke is absolutely not. Anything of that level would be in evidence. Her eyes went to the drugs, then snapped back up to Warris. How were these drugs discovered? McKenna had set to moving the drugs over, but she paid close attention to the interaction between the door. I had a reason to suspect drugs were here. That reason was supported. And were the shifter cops involved? Is that a slur? He countered. And McKenna decided she might like him after all. Bond narrowed her eyes. The two of them locked in a battle of wills. This is very irregular. A kilo of coke is unacceptable, and there is no expectation of privacy in your work desk. Granted. Very well. Warris turned and glanced at McKenna and JD, who both stood out of the way. You two are excused. I want to see you early Monday morning. We need to do proof tests and have them recorded so when you start making arrests, we have the evidence that it has been validated. Yes, sir, they said at once, and beat it out of there, passing the confused police officers as they made their escape. One of these days there will be something good about this shifter thing with no negative consequences. She pinged JD with that thought. Weight loss? Food bill through the roof, she countered with a sigh. Then I got nothing. She rolled her eyes as she went to file reports and go home. Chapter 17. Kids hide things. A total of 4 extinct animals have been confirmed among shifters. They are all ancient cats that have been gone for at least 20,000 years. The Homotherium, Pantheroleo, Atrox, Smilodon, and Amphicyon have been found. Calls for those who shift into extinct animals to make themselves available to scientists and teaching hospitals to allow them to study how these animals actually looked and moved. TNN Science Advisor. The rest of the week went like normal. except she still knew too much about every person she talked to. Now that it had been turned on, she couldn't stop analyzing every scent and what it meant. Did you know crying has a scent? Crying? Really? Tony said on the other end of the phone. Yes. She shut the cabinet door. When are you and the kids going to be here? I am running so behind. The alarm didn't go off, and I'm trying to get back to my normal schedule since I go back to work Monday. Give me at least another hour? A wave of vague disappointment hit McKenna, but she pushed it away. No problem. I've got stuff ready to grill, and JD is supposed to be bringing more food. Charlie and the twins would go back to school next week. The year-round program working well for them right now, though she didn't know what she'd do when they had their break. But hopefully she and Tony could figure it out. Thanks. See you in a bit. Tony hung up, and McKenna went to get Charlie up and moving, which registered as odd. Normally, he'd be up as soon as he heard her moving. Neither of them were much for sleeping in, and her nerves and the snatches of dreams she caught from both JD and Charlie didn't help much. She knocked on the door of his room, pushing it open slowly. Charlie, you okay? He lay on the bed fully dressed, just looking up at the ceiling. His head jerked a bit at her words. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. He rolled out of bed. Jesse and Jamie here? Not yet. They are running behind. Okay, he muttered, not looking at her. Just grabbed his Kindle, the only thing he'd looked excited about. Toys didn't interest him, but he loved to read. Well, that and play video games. Charlie? He shrunk his head between his shoulders and headed for the door. She moved so he wouldn't hit her. You need food now? It will still be a few hours before we eat. Nah, fine. Going to sit on the deck and read. McKenna stood there watching him leave, confused and worried. Charlie always talked to her. He didn't do this. You've only had him for a week in a normal world. Maybe this is the real him. That thought didn't ring true at all. A knock at the door, then the door being pushed open, had her heading towards the kitchen where JD entered, hands empty. Did you forget something? She asked, looking at him. What? He blinked at her as she wanted to beat her head against the wall. Food? You were going to stop and get the rest of the stuff since I had the meat we were planning on grilling today? Oh, fudge, I completely forgot. I'll go get it. Give me an hour. Not an issue. Tony's running late anyhow. Hey, has Charlie talked to you at all? He's acting funny. JD tilted his head, then shook it. No, he hasn't said anything either way. But he doesn't ping me too often. Ping had become the term they used for the mental speech. Telepathy just seemed too fancy. Okay. He's acting funny. I'll talk to him when I get back. Hey, if we do this again, do you mind if I invite Perk? I've talked to him a few times, and I think he'd enjoy this. McKenna shrugged. Tell him to bring food, but that is about it. Will do. Headed out. Be back in a few. She watched him go. Too many questions in her mind. JD rarely forgot things. Charlie was hiding something, and now she had more stuff to worry about. So much to ask for just a normal, easy life. You are a commander. Your life will never be that. Weefor's voice made her shudder. I'm not. I'm just me. A police officer, not a commander. I don't have any troops and no one listens to me. So can we drop that commander stuff? No. It is a part of your cellular structure. You cannot avoid it forever, but you still have time until you will be forced to deal with it. That comment caused her to freeze. But following up on it would open doors to things she didn't want to deal with. Not right now. Pushing the thought away, she instead headed to the third spare bedroom where she still had boxes of stuff stored. She needed to figure out what she wanted to keep, what she wanted to purchase, and what could be dumped. The ping in her mind pulled her out of her perusal of miscellaneous junk in a box. "We're here, coming on in." "Okay." She rose and went to meet Tony, making it to the kitchen before the twin missiles impacted her, 2 sets of arms hugging her around the hips.
"We missed you,"
Jessie said, holding her tight, while Jamie just nodded in agreement. "I missed you too." She ruffled hair on both heads, looking up as Tony walked in, a bag in each hand. "Charlie is out on the deck."
"Okay,"
they said, but hugged her a moment longer before they released her to tear out to the back. She looked at Tony with sharp eyes, noting the circles under her eyes. "You okay? You look like you shifted into a raccoon, not a cat." "Oh, very funny." Tony mock glared at her, or at least she thought it was a mock glare. "Been haunted with the craziest dreams of having to learn where stuff is by smell. I guess I took in too much of what you told me happened in that place. Just, the dreams won't quit." "Oh, crap," McKenna muttered. "We never told you." Tony had stopped mid-motion of putting stuff on the counter. "Told me what?" "Well, it turns out when you link with something through the nanobots, if you leave the connection open at night, it will pull others' dreams into yours. I had to make sure my links were shut off at night or I'd get pulled into Charlie's dreams." Tony sagged in relief, then froze. "Wait, that means I'm seeing their dreams?" Her voice cracked a bit as she asked the question. McKenna flinched, but nodded. "Yes, that sounds like what I had them do to appease our captors. Training to seek. Speaking of which, don't be surprised if they can smell drugs and guns on anyone. I'm running into it already and plan on teaching JD how to scent them." "Oh?" Tony went quiet as she continued putting stuff on the counter. Some chips and fruit snacks for the kids, and more cheese. With all of them except JD being primarily carnivores in their animal forms, they'd found a preference for protein over carbs. But they still needed a different array of vitamins than the animals did, so they had to remember to eat stuff that didn't call to them anymore. On the plus side, except for JD, the sugary stuff didn't really call to them. "I saw an image. It was odd and distorted, but you were naked and covered in blood?" The details of everything hadn't been released, and McKenna hadn't told Tony everything, not wanting to layer in guilt or other issues. "Yeah, that was an object lesson for the kids." McKenna didn't know if she wanted to apologize or not, so she said nothing, instead working on checking on the meat that she had marinating. "I'm never going to be able to repay you," Tony whispered. "Stop it. I did it for them, for me, and to refuse to give that idiot any more power. I'm fine. Advantage to shifting. Hey, one without a negative. Wait, nope, there was a negative there too. Damn it." Tony gave her a blank, and McKenna explained about the conversation from the other day with JD. "How does healing have a negative? Stupid bot healed my tubes being tied. Which means I can get pregnant now." I was not thrilled when I heard that. Tony snorted. "True, but that would mean you'd have to be getting some to be worried about it." Point. McKenna looked up as the back door flew open and Jessie stormed in.
"He won't tell you, so I will."
"Jessie, don't. It's my problem. I'll handle it." Charlie ran in behind her protesting, his face white. "I can deal with it."
"No, this is adult stuff. Let the adults handle it. After that week, I don't want to deal with adult stuff."
Jessie turned to face Charlie.
"And you trust McKenna, right? And my mom?"
Charlie hesitated, but nodded slowly.
"Then trust them. They aren't like your parents. They'll believe us. They'll listen."
Amused at first, McKenna felt her heart clench in her throat as the argument went on, but instinct kept her mouth shut. That didn't stop her from shooting a question to Tony. Is this what being a mom feels like?
That mix of terror and pride? Yep. Welcome to the club.
Fine, Charlie all but shouted, then slouched, hunching his shoulders tight.
Stop it. McKenna never hit us or got mad at us, even when they beat her. You know this. Why would you think she would change now?
Jamie's voice asked softly as he put a hand on Charlie. Charlie took a deep breath and looked up at McKenna.
I had a reporter approach me yesterday at the store with Tony.
Tony stiffened at this, turning to look at Charlie. Why didn't you say anything? When was this?
When you took Jesse to the bathroom and Jamie and I were waiting outside.
Oh, God, McKenna, I'm so sorry. McKenna waved her hand. He's 10. He can be left alone outside a bathroom for a minute. What happened? Still looking at his feet, McKenna had to resist the urge to pull him into a hug, wanting to solve all his pain.
He said he knew where my parents were and knew about what happened at the place.
He wanted an exclusive about living with the shifter cop. And if I did, he'd let the cops know where my parents were. He didn't look up at McKenna. So why didn't you tell me? Do you want to talk to him? Charlie's head jerked up, his eyes wide. No. I don't want to know where my parents are. I want to stay with you. I'm just worried he'll realize that isn't a reason for me to talk to him and change it up. That if I don't talk to him, he'll tell the cops where my parents are. I don't care. If I never see them again, it would be too soon.
I'd rather go back to that place than live with them again.
The last part came out in a low whisper, and McKenna felt her heart break. In 2 steps, she reached his side. In a move born of the ache in her heart, she pulled him into a hug. Charlie, listen to me. You only have to go back to your parents if you want. I'll fight for you and your right to choose. You can talk to the reporter if you want, but don't ever do anything because of a threat. I'm not letting you get taken from me, and I will always come back to you. You hear me? The tense boy in her arms melted, and she held a wiggly boy who buried his face in her stomach.
Promise?
McKenna could sense how much he needed to hear he wouldn't be left behind. If I have to, I'll cross a continent to get back to you. I'm not going to leave you behind or let you get taken from me. Promise. I'll always come for you. You're the only person who gets to choose when you leave me. 2 pairs of sniffly kids wrapped their arms around them, and McKenna looked to see a sniffling Jamie and grinning Jesse wrapped around the 2 of them.
See? I told you to trust our adults.
Did I miss something?
JD's voice echoed through the kitchen. From her angle, she couldn't see him, but Jamie pulled away, and she heard Tony moving. Just a little level setting that means to be loved. Loved? The word rang in her head, and McKenna smiled. I love you, Charlie. The burst of joy in her mind from him became an advantage to being a shifter, with no drawback. Chapter 18. Options. New York City seems to have gotten a new serial killer. Since June, a body every other week has been showing up, and all the signs are either a shifter is doing the killing or someone that is trying to mimic a shifter. Each body has been female, between 25 and 40, and has been ripped open. The wounds resemble what claws would make, but somehow deeper and longer. Police are asking that you travel with friends and don't go out alone. New York Times. After a clearing of throats, McKenna stood up and went to help JD put food on the counter, giving them space for a minute.
So, Charlie, why don't you tell us exactly what happened?
All three kids climbed up at the bar in the kitchen, and McKenna set cheese and pita chips in front of them. At least with shifter kids, you never needed to worry about spoiling their appetite. Charlie sat between Jamie and Jesse, and she elbowed him in the ribs, even as she focused on the food. So, Jamie and me were standing there waiting for the girls, and this guy approached us. I'd seen him in the store, following but not following us, if that makes any sense. I mean, it just looked like he had the same pattern for going through the store. Tony goes up every aisle checking her list. McKenna darted a look at Tony, and she shrugged, rolling her eyes. So, he walked up and said he was a reporter. I mean, neither of us said anything, just looked at him. He didn't give off a creep vibe, but I didn't know what to say. He then asked if I was the kid the shifter cop took in. He wanted a story about my time there. When we still didn't say anything, he tried to smile. Charlie rolled his eyes. That smile people who don't know how to talk to kids get. Jamie nodded in counterpoint, but focused more on the chips. What happened then? McKenna coaxed, but didn't look at Charlie, instead feeling him in her head. He shoved some cheese in his mouth before responding, and McKenna felt JD tense. She kicked him with the side of her foot. No, let him tell it in his own time. JD subsided, and she pulled the meat over, checking it one more time to make it look like her attention wasn't focused on the 10-year-old at her counter. Then the guy says he knows where my parents are, and if I give him the story, he'll let the cops know so I can get my family back and not have to stay in foster care. At this point, I just wanted him to go away, so he handed me his card, saying call him and he'd meet me. He left just as Tony came out. Sounds like you did everything right. She ruthlessly squashed the desire to ask him for the card, call the guy, and threatened to skin him alive if he ever came near Charlie again. So, did you want to talk to him? Charlie made a face she'd only seen on comedy videos where the kid had tried something new and gross. No, I don't want to talk about it. I mean, Julia's okay, and she doesn't make me feel like a baby talking about it. But I don't want to anymore. I just want it gone and done with. Okay, that's your call. What? I could talk to him if I wanted? Charlie looked up at her with arched eyebrows. She felt the protests of both JD and Tony in her head, and she squashed both them without taking her eyes off Charlie. You were the one that lived through it. Don't you think you have the right to talk about it if you want to? You wouldn't tell me no? McKenna ducked her head and then shrugged. I'd ask if I could be there and maybe warn you about stuff, but, Charlie, you lived through it. I don't have the right to tell you what you can or can't share. If you were me? Nope. But then, me and reporters don't get along so well. JD snorted at that, but McKenna ignored him. Well, I don't want to talk to him. Here, you deal with him. Grown-up stuff just sucks. He dug in his pocket and pulled out a card, pushing it over to her. You mind if I talk to him? Charlie shook his head, shifting in his seat. Nah, I just don't want to tell my story. I just want to be Charlie. Can we go play now? Yep. Get. We'll start cooking here in a bit. The two boys were up and moving, but Jessie shot a look back at the adults with a half smile before she scampered after them. McKenna looked at the card, twirling it between her fingers. He won't give up. If he went to the trouble to track Charlie down, he will keep trying for something. I think we should meet him and talk to him. If nothing else, find out what he knows about the parents. They will never get their hands on Charlie again. The memory from the dreams washed over her, and bile slid down her throat,
You sure?
Yeah. She looked up at JD. Never leave an unknown at your back. And if he's staking out grocery stores, he's hungry. I am so sorry. I swear I never noticed him, Tony protested again, a frown creasing her brow.
Why should you?
You didn't have a reason to worry about it, so don't. Though I swear, I'm starting to think we need to create a shifter martial art form.
One exists for the warrior forms. Kaylin must know how to use their strength and speed.
Why does that not surprise me?
I'm not worrying about it now. She glanced at the other two. Have either of you tried that form yet?
No, they both said in unison, then shrugged. I didn't want to do it with the kids around. They might try to copy me, Tony admitted.
Besides, it didn't seem like anything I needed to worry about right now.
Didn't want to do it alone. Kinda wanted we four around just in case something went sideways.
Valid.
Okay. We'll worry about it later.
Not like it's going to be anything we need in our lives.
True. You calling the reporter?
Yeah, see if I can meet him tomorrow. We're running out of time. Monday is back to the daily grind, and I'm actually ready for it.
Want me to come with?
I say yes, I'll take the kids so you can deal with the creep. Besides, if I saw him, I might deck him. Or worse. I'm never going to the bathroom again, Tony sighed, worry and stress coating her words.
Our kids are better equipped to handle things than most. Let it go.
They're good kids. Smart, brave, and know when to run. They'll be fine. JD and Tony looked at her and smiled. Our kids. Sounds good, doesn't it? Tony smiled as she said it, and McKenna flushed. But it did feel damn good.
We have burgers to grill and food to eat. Let's leave this for another day. I'm starving,
JD said. But she felt a pang of something in the connection before he shut it down.
Chapter 19. Interviews. In a story that seems more fitting for the tabloids than national news, there have been multiple bodies found. Some had been missing since the first appearance of shifters, but one of them had a witness to the horrific story. 18-year-old Mike Wallace had not changed when the wave hit, but he swore he felt like he should. Arguing with his parents and high on PCP, he began to shift in that way we've all become familiar with. But rather than reforming into an animal, his body stopped locked into an amorphous blob of flesh. By the time medics arrived, no pulse or brain activity could be found, though they aren't even sure if what remained had either. His parents have donated Mike's remains to the local scientist to study.
TNN European News.
Yes, I'm calling for Carlos Lucient.
McKenna looked at the number on the card, tapping it on the counter. Tony had taken Charlie and the twins to a park with orders for them to run until they were exhausted and in human form. There was something about the three of them that seemed almost like they were connected, at a level even the nanobot connections didn't explain.
Speaking, how may I help you?
His voice had a polite, inquisitive air, and McKenna tilted her head a bit, considering.
This is McKenna Largo. You contacted my foster son yesterday?
The line held an anticipatory silence. Then he spoke.
Yes. I really want to know what happened while you were taken. The rumors abound, but no one knows anything. All the other parents are refusing to let me speak to their kids. He seemed to be a possibility, especially if I could find his parents.
Did you?
I know where they are, but I'll admit he didn't seem that excited, which surprised me. Foster care sucks. But
the man trailed off, his silence inviting. But McKenna didn't bite. Not the way he probably hoped. And she found the flat statement about foster care interesting.
I'd like to talk to you. There's a coffee shop near here. I can be there in 15 minutes.
She lied as she provided the name and address. She could be there in 5. Since she didn't know where this man lived and letting him know how close to home it would be didn't seem wise, the expanded time provided space.
I can do that. I'll meet you there in 15.
Excitement filled his voice as he hung up.
What's up with a funny look?
JD asked as he put up the remains of lunch.
Not that there were many.
That reward money might be spent all on food at the rate they were going.
I don't know. He might not be as big of a creep as I thought. She shrugged. Or he might be worse.
Want to play lookout?
Sure. But if you're going to get there in time to get the best seat, you'd better get going.
Driving over took only a few minutes, and McKenna had her coffee, this time loaded with sugar and flavors, and had a nice window seat to watch people come and go. She spotted him the second he stepped into the coffee shop. Early 30s, Hispanic heritage, wire glasses with moderately thick lenses, and clothes that made her blink at the clashing colors. He glanced at her, nodded, but went to order coffee first. A minute later, he sat down, coffee in one hand and a notebook and his phone in the other.
McKenna Largo, I'm Carlo Lucient. Thank you for this. I'm not sure you should be thanking me yet. I'm still tempted to do something drastic.
I want to know what you thought you were achieving with Charlie. He's a minor, and his guardian, me, wasn't asked. He fell silent, looking at her, then took a sip of his coffee, a thoughtful look on his face. Off the record, why did you foster him? McKenna took a sip of her coffee. There was no such thing as off the record. That just meant he might not quote you. As you said, foster care sucks. Ah. Apparently I should have done more research on your background. Carlos sat back, then shrugged. Yes, I'm looking for a story, but I want the real story, not the bullshit they're handing out. But I don't want to get any of the kids hurt. I thought he might want his parents back, and I used it for leverage. But even then, I wasn't sure. From what I can find out, his parents are scum, but I also know you tend to love regardless of the wisdom of it. Since you're here, I'm guessing this arrangement is something both of you want? Explain? There was a quality to the question that made her answer more honestly than she might have otherwise. He helped me get through hell. How could I abandon him to a different type of hell? Carlos sat back, eyes dark. I see. They both fell silent, sipping their drinks, and McKenna waited. You okay? JD's voice pinged from where he sat across the street in a pizza joint. He had a clear view of them, though couldn't overhear. His presence, too distinctive to hide in the small coffee shop. Yeah, this guy might not be a total scumbag. Still a reporter, but she let the mental words trail off. Be careful. What do you want on your pizza? We just ate. Your point? No point, just saying. Hungry for mushrooms and olives, so lots of meat with those? What I've heard about what happened, the kids weren't hurt and there wasn't any abuse of them. Though you seem to have left a trail of blood when you escaped. Why? Carlos's voice pulled her out of the teasing with JD, and she had to focus for a minute. And what do I get by telling you this? You know the police and the sheriff will release press statements about the incident. Please. It's been almost 2 weeks and they still aren't giving us any details, and I don't want the clean version. I want what really happened. I want to hear your story. And the kids. They aren't going to be the same, and I think people should know. Things like that change a person. What happened to you as a kid? She didn't know where the question came from, but it hung there in the air like an unexploded grenade. Carlos grimaced. I'm not so good at hiding things, huh? She shrugged and waited. Some foster care situations go bad. I got caught in one of the worst. Was part of the sex trade until a journalist cracked it open and I was rescued. His jaw tight as he stared out the window, but from the unfocused look on his face, she knew he saw the past. I almost died from the rough trade. I didn't. Now I don't want to let dirty secrets get hidden.
It matters. Nothing can change if people don't know. Is that why you're colorblind? Brain damage? This time, he did look startled and looked down at himself. This isn't brown and a light color? No, puke green and fuchsia pink. Crap. I still remember colors. Swear I thought I had someone go through and color fix my wardrobe. He closed his eyes. That might explain why I've gotten some weird looks lately. I think my roommate screwed with my clothes. McKenna fought back a smile. You might want to have that fixed. I didn't know they still made clothes those colors. He sighed. Thanks. I don't suppose there's any chance you'll talk to me? Multiple ideas and thoughts warred in her mind as she looked at the man. Let me check something. She pulled up her phone and texted a message to Anne. Any issue with me talking to a reporter and telling my side of the story? You may have to give me a minute. I need to check on clearance before I answer that question. He flashed her a smile that exposed teeth with coffee stains, but had a level of humor to it that made her like him a bit more. Not an issue. I'll take the fact that you're asking as a positive sign. May I ask a question not related to the story? She shrugged as she took a sip of coffee. You can ask. I'd swear I'll answer. I've talked to a few shifters, and they all say they don't really remember that first change. Do you? McKenna sat back and thought about it. Yes and no. I remember everything with crystal clarity that happened right after that. But the change itself? No. We talked about it, and yeah, we can't remember the change, just that it happened. Huh. Interesting. I wondered if it would be different with you with everything being captured on video. Her laugh held little humor. I watched it maybe once. Watching yourself strip, turn into an animal and kill two men really is the most disorienting out-of-body perception ever. But yeah, I can't remember the change. Even now. I've changed in the mirror. There's a wash of pain. Okay, that isn't true. The first time it hurt. Thought I might scream. But now it just feels like going into a really deep stretch that you must close your eyes to reach. When you open them, the animal stares back at you. There is a valid reason why you don't remember the change. McKenna narrowed her eyes. Later, please. I would like to know, but I can't afford to be distracted now. A sense of assent, but no words. Huh. Nice note is consistent, I guess. He looked like he was about to say something else when her phone pinged. McKenna pulled it up. Policy says as long as you don't reference anything about the department choices or actions, you have the right to talk about what you did personally. I.e., don't make us look bad. Be careful. When she looked up, he watched her with a neutral face she suspected he fought to keep that way. I'll talk to you, but here are my conditions. Leave the kids alone. They don't need to have what happened thrown at them any more than their own minds will. This includes Charlie. If he wants to talk to you, he will, but right now, he doesn't. Give the station the information about his parents. There was an incident that happened that you will not spell out. You can reference it obliquely, but I don't want it stated. Is that understood? I'm going to talk to him. Tell him. Not sure if it will make a difference, but need to get this out there and be done with it. She felt the weight of his pause. Do what is best for you. You've got my support. A strange spurt of joy washed through her, but she looked at her mostly empty coffee. Give me a minute. I'm going to need something strong for this, and they don't serve alcohol here. She rose, headed to the counter, and ordered a large with extra shots and sugar. The wait gave her time to arrange things in her head. She'd tell him everything except the warrior form, and leave the kids out of it as much as possible. No names, no specific forms.
Hopefully, this would direct most of the attention to her and away from the kids. She settled down in the chair across from him.
Ready? It isn't pretty, and I'm sure people are going to come up with 1,000 things I should have done instead. But I did what I could.
McKenna ducked her head and closed her eyes. With her eyes still closed, she began to talk, low and quiet, so the surrounding people wouldn't catch every word. It took a while, even only touching on the rape and the beating. She focused on protecting the kids, trying to make it as comfortable for them as possible. She explained the escape, but only said she couldn't risk any of the kids being shot and she had no way to restrain the men. Carlos arched a brow at that, but didn't say anything, only recording and taking notes. By the time she finished, her throat hurt. An hour had passed, and her coffee cup contained only dregs. Carlos leaned back and looked at her, his eyes shrewd.
I know there's a lot you glossed over, and there are a few things I know you're holding back, but...
His voice trailed off, and he looked at her.
It's a hell of a story. When I'm done with this, you'll be a hero.
McKenna wrinkled her nose.
Thanks, but no. But too many people need to know. Will you please send a copy to me before you go live with it?
She leaned forward, locking her eyes on him.
If you do right by me, I'll give you first chance if anything else exciting happens to me. Though, I'd really like to never have anything exciting happen again.
His laughter burst out, startling a few customers who looked over.
Somehow, I don't think that is possible. Deal.
I'll get you a copy by the end of the week. Thank you for meeting me.
It's been interesting.
She didn't have anything else to say, so she just nodded, stood, and headed out. JD met her with a few pizzas, and they walked to the car.
Called Tony. She'll meet us back at the house. You happy with that?
I think so. Though something else came up. We four? Why don't we remember the change? Chapter 20. Dog and Pony.
A possible new comet has been discovered outside Pluto. A few amateur astronomers have caught reflections of the object moving towards the solar system. It will be another month before the trajectory can be determined. If it determined to be a comet with a stable trajectory and not just a bit of debris being pulled into the sun's gravitation, an award could be split between the people who reported it.
TNN Science News. By this point, dropping off Charlie was almost routine. But she warned him.
If anyone approaches you, you don't have to talk to them. The school knows only me, Tony, and JD are authorized to check you out. At this point, your parents do not have that right.
Got it. And I can talk to Jessie at school. We're always in range.
Just Jessie?
McKenna held back a smile.
The girl steamrolled over anyone who would let them, and of the three of them, she screamed dominant personality.
Nah, I talked to Jamie too, but he doesn't chat well. Usually too busy thinking over stuff in his head.
Yeah, he is a bit of a deep thinker. Well, enjoy school. I'll see you tonight.
He waved at her, but didn't hug her, and she didn't push it. They were still working out their relationship. JD met her with the usual coffee, but he'd added cinnamon rolls to the pile.
I had a sweet craving.
Not going to argue. She grabbed one. Breakfast was burritos for her and Charlie, but being a shifter meant calories were never a bad thing. Munching on it, dressed in jeans and a nice button-down, they headed to the narcotics division.
Thought you were wearing your kilt today. I didn't think he was serious. If he is, I'll wear it gladly,
JD said as they entered the room. They'd talked on and off all weekend about if kilts would be acceptable wear for them. More and more, she found herself dressed in them on the weekends or simple shift dresses at home. She had never liked dresses, but the need to be able to shift at a moment's notice had become more important than style or anything else.
Wear what gladly? Owen Warris asked. They looked around to see him in the corner near a coffee machine. Both McKenna and JD tilted their heads up as the scent of good coffee that wasn't the dregs of the canister, hit their noses.
You have your own coffee maker?
JD asked, heading that way, his nose almost twitching.
Do you think I'm going to drink the swill they have in the break room? Hell yes, I have my own coffee maker. Oh, this might be nice. Can we bring coffee to make in it?
Owen glanced at their mugs and must have seen the avarice in their eyes.
I get the feeling you'd at least bring in good stuff, so sure. So, what clothes? And are you ready for the trial?
McKenna wrinkled her nose. She hated the dog and pony stuff, and lately it always seemed like she got stuck in the middle of one. Ready? Yes. Enthused? Not even remotely. Oh, we were talking about kilts, if you were serious that you'd let us wear them.
Okay. I've had arguments for sweats, pajamas, swimsuits, and even a birthday suit. And your shifting argument has a level of validity. Let's see how the trial goes, and maybe I'll have the leverage to justify it. Besides, your reasons are a lot more valid than the birthday suit one.
McKenna gave in and asked, the reasons for that were?
To remove any doubt that I'm not wearing a wire or weapon.
His face deadpan as he said it.
It would also remove any doubt as to their intelligence level or sanity, McKenna commented.
Owen snorted and nodded his head.
True. I'll think about the kilts. I like logic.
He glanced at his watch.
But you need to do your stuff, Largo. Please tell me you're not a one-trick pony.
Oh, I probably am.
I just don't know what the trick is yet.
She flashed a smile, and he snorted.
Well, at least you have a sense of humor. That might allow you to survive around here. Come on, we have a training course set up. Don't get offended, but it's basically the same thing we run the dogs through for training. Joy. So I am the dog in the dog and pony show. Who's the pony? Me, if you can't do it.
Warris stopped and turned, looking at her, then shooting a glance at JD.
Hear me out on this. I pulled strings for this and burned some favors. You impressed the hell out of me. And the guy you found the coke in? Detective Pierce Olson?
McKenna shrugged and nodded. She really hadn't any idea who the person had been.
Well, once IA got a hold of him, we found out a bunch of stuff that made him damn lucky I wasn't in the room with him. I would have killed him. I don't like Amanda Bone. She is a rules person, and nothing can be done outside of them, but she is also a stone-cold, cast-iron bald bitch. And I mean that as a huge compliment. That woman wrung him dry and made him spill everything. He'd compromised my department to hell and gone, and I'm not happy about it. So I'm placing what I have left of my reputation on you. You prove me false and I'm done. Might as well take my shield and retire. So trust me when I say I've got a lot riding on you not being a one-trick pony.
McKenna felt the blood drain from her face, and she had to swallow hard to get past the lump. Up until now, the only career she could fuck up had been hers. And maybe JD's. But no one else. Now? Well, now it had a lot more weight.
Given my experience over the last week, I don't have any doubts, sir.
She hoped she sounded more confident than she felt.
Good. Then let's get out there and prove to the people watching that a human with a brain can work as well as a trained dog.
He paused, then barked out a laugh.
That did not come out the way I meant it to, but I trust you, understand how I meant it.
Yes, sir.
Not an issue.
The walk to the outdoor course was quiet, and she inhaled her coffee, using the scent to clear out any other lingering odors. A few people had joined them on the walk, and she didn't know if it was a good or scary thing. Captain Kirk came out, Hollick, and a few others she recognized. A video tripod sat directed at the course with a person behind it, probably the PR or training department. The rest of the group she didn't know, though she recognized faces. Handing JD her coffee, she headed over to where Owen stood talking to the group of people.
Officer Largo, I'd like to introduce you to the DA, Jeff Chalmers, and ADA, Serena Reston. They'll be overseeing this exercise and it will be videotaped. If you could give us a few minutes, we are waiting for 2 judges. If you'd go to the waiting area, I'll explain the rules once they get here.
McKenna nodded. Not really anything else she could say. A minute later, an older African-American male and 2 women came out. One, a tiny Oriental female that McKenna thought she'd seen at traffic court once or twice. The other women she knew on sight. Beth Frazier was a hard-ass judge that most patrol cops either loved or hated. She took no bullshit and put up with none in her court. Once Owen finished talking to them, he walked over to her. Here are the rules. You'll walk the course with me, and the videographer will be following us with the camera. Everything you say and do will be recorded. There are multiple drugs hidden on this course. McKenna interrupted. You do realize I only recognize for sure meth, cocaine, and pot? He shrugged. Then you'll have to use your brains and figure out the others. A swallow, as she realized the trial had already started. There are some places where drugs were just smeared, not enough to use. Others where small amounts were left, and still others where there are large amounts. In addition, there are various weapons hidden over the course. And then at the end, there will be one more test. Are you ready? She took a deep breath, steeling herself inside, and nodded. Let's go. JD had her coffee, and she moved into the course. The morning air already heated up in the Northern California heat, and by 8 a.m., the heat already hit the 80s. The dog course had ramps and hidden spots, poles where things could be hidden, pots, flowers, and a bike littered the area. Taking a deep breath through her nose and mouth, she let the scents in. Something she'd been getting better at controlling. Really knowing how many people were having sex was torture for multiple reasons. A torrent of information flooded into her nose. A few she recognized, some she didn't. But either way, she moved towards what she could tell was a strong scent, new in the last few hours. Here, someone rubbed pot on this pole. She pointed at it with a dismissive wave of her hand and kept walking. Her nose led her to the pot, and she tapped with her booted toe. Drugs under this. I don't know the type, but the sharpness tells me drugs. Waris stooped, and lifting up the plant, pulled up a bag full of blue crystals. Ecstasy. Keep going. She did, hitting on more pot, cocaine, 2 guns, ammo, and meth. 3 were false positives, with just oil or the essence rubbed on something which she could identify every time. In her head, it was like having a gauzy veil over the background of real smells, and she just dismissed it. Things that were actually there were solid, and she couldn't smell anything behind them. By the end, she had a headache from trying to focus on the scents so much and just wanted to inhale something safe, like her coffee. Okay, last test, Officer Largo. He waved, and the 3 judges walked over. Tell me if you sent anything on them. She shot him a look, but figured it was part of the test and walked over to them, inhaling as she got closer. Heavy perfume hit her in the face, and she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. She heard a soft chuckle, but kept her eyes closed, sifting through the smells. You want me to say everything? She asked carefully, knowing there was a minefield here. Everything. They were warned and still agreed. Fuck me, this has got to be a setup. I swear if I lose my job over this, reporters are going to get an exclusive. Are you sure? What I say may impact their standing. A male judge grinned at her. Trust me, all my sins are already known, so feel free to air that laundry. His grin held no worry or anger. McKenna shot one more look at Waris, who just nodded and sighed. You asked for this. You, sir, she nodded at the man, have approximately a dime bag of good pot in your left suit pocket. And you had Irish whiskey in his coffee. Maker's Mark. The man blinked and laughed, digging out the pot. You are correct, I did. I'm technically on vacation and my wife drove. He held out the pot, and Waris took it with a half smile. Judge Frazier has crack in her inner jacket wrapped in a perfumed handkerchief, while this lady, McKenna nodded at the tiny Oriental woman who had the most serene smile she ever heard, is dying. The laughter stopped,
and Fraser's head snapped around to look at the woman.
Pearl, is that true?
The woman, Pearl, nodded her head at McKenna. You are correct. I have late-stage AIDS, and they are giving me 3 months to live. This was going to be my final act as a judge. I handed in my retirement paperwork yesterday, but I wanted to do this, to see something. She turned calm, dark eyes to McKenna. They have realized some dogs can smell cancer and diabetes. I'm hoping they run a few more tests and see if those shifters, who are doctors, can also identify some diseases we don't have tests for yet. Maybe before tests could determine that the person had contracted the disease. Thank you for this verification of my suspicions. Fraser handed over the crack pipe and a small bag of crack, even as she stared at Pearl, face ashen.
Why didn't you say something?
And what would that have done? I contracted HIV a long time ago and didn't know for even longer. Having a husband who spread his affections around while you are in law school is not recommended. Detective Largo, thank you again. She turned and walked off the field, Fraser's hands clenching, but she turned and looked at McKenna, then at the black judge. I give my approval. This exhibition left no questions in my mind. Heck, she smelled through a piece of fabric I soaked in winsong and patchouli. I could barely stand to have it in my pocket, but she smelled through it. I'll accept anything she finds with higher priority than I give the drug dogs. No offense meant, Detective Largo, but I don't know how else to phrase that. Seconded, rumbled the man. I will be following your career with interest, officer. With that, they left, Fraser almost running to catch up with Pearl. That mean I'm not about to be fired? Nah, everyone knows that Michael Johnson is a functional alcoholic, and he doesn't bother to deny it. He has a driver and is never drunk, just drinking. His worst crime is being a bit too lenient on alcoholics. He looked over at the stands, and people talking with excited hand movements and smiles. I think you are a hit, Largo. You said you can teach Davidson? I assume so, sir. We just need the drugs to smell. McKenna answered even as she saw JD heading their direction. Sounds good. I'll arrange it. Good job. He gave her a brisk nod and headed over to the watchers, his body relaxed and almost bouncing as he headed over. Way to go, Kenna. He handed her the mug containing her coffee. Oh, thank you. I needed that. The patchouli mix sucked. She inhaled deeply over the coffee, sighing in relief as it flushed out her senses. Ready to be the star narc officer? No, but I'm ready to train that nose of yours, she said with a grin, even as he groaned. Chapter 21. Accusations. NASCAR announces their intent to create a pit crew of 100% cheetah shifters trainees for the next racing season. The NFL is calling it a cheap and exploitive marketing gimmick. However, rumors from the Bengals, Lions, Panthers, and Bears are that they are seeking shifters that match their mascots for on and off the field advertising. The Timberwolves are trying to create an all-wolf cheer team. If nothing else, sports in the next year is gonna be very hairy. TNN sportscaster Doug B. We should get going. Figure out our desks and then how to get a hold of drugs to learn the smells of all the various types. Her voice distant as she looked at the training area. It had been easy. Almost too easy. And part of her wondered if she still counted as human with all the changes being made. A mental snort made her snicker, and she decided to get to work and quit wasting time. With a sigh, she turned and stopped as she saw Raoul storming towards them, his face a thundercloud. Owen Morris stood a few feet away talking to the witness, and the videographer still panned around, recording. Largo, I want to talk to you! He all but screamed it from a few feet away, even as he kept moving. Frowning, McKenna looked at him, not sure what his issue would be. Yes? What is going on? You fucking bitch, I know you planted that stuff on Pierce. You're probably using. Wait, what?
You know damn well what I'm talking about. You wanted a job in narcotics, so you framed him and get the job? How'd you get rid of Hector? Try to convince people he used also? Well, it isn't gonna work. I'm gonna get rid of you, bitch.
McKenna just looked at him. His face red and hands clenched so tightly she thought his knuckles might pop through the skin. Raoul, I think you... He cut her off, taking another step forward, so he stood only 2 inches from her, spittle flying as he raged.
Don't fucking call me Raoul. We aren't friends, and I'll never be friends with a backstabbing bitch like you. You had to be using, probably offered to trade the kids up for your drugs. Come on. There, on the bus, they waited for you. Then you offered yourself up to them just like any other two-bit whore. Women are all the same, using your pussy to get what you want. Training the kids to go find drugs is just part of the game. You knew they wanted them to train them as bodyguards. That's why you helped.
She felt the blood drain from her face. Even the cat in her seemed stunned as she looked at him. To her side, she heard JD growl, a deep, low sound that rattled in her bones, and part of her wondered if he'd started to change. But she didn't take her eyes off Raoul, trying to figure out what to say.
See, can't even respond. You know I've got your number. Bitch, I'll prove you arranged all of this. Got poor little Kayla killed? What? Couldn't handle the competition? Why else would you be fucking your captors unless you were in on it? I'm gonna prove you for the lying whore you are.
He closed the remaining inches, and that woke up everything in her. She took a step back, angling her body and bracing herself. Hernandez, I don't know what your issue is, but you'd better think before you say any more.
You don't scare me, bitch. I've removed people like you before, and I'll get rid of you too. Hope you enjoy your time as a mommy. It's gonna be over soon.
With that taunt, he turned and stormed away, leaving McKenna standing there, chest heaving, blood pounding in her head. Everything in her wanted to change to go after him, to demand answers as to what he meant. She shook standing there, trying to not give in to the rage, the need to protect Charlie.
What the hell was that?
Weris's voice pulled her out of the internal battle between killing him and going to find Charlie and making sure he was fine. She looked at him and caught a look at JD's face. It held rage like she'd never seen. And through the link, she felt how close he was to slipping into warrior form. That knowledge helped pull her back from her internal struggle.
How much did you hear?
Even to her own ear, her voice sounded harsh, uneven. The man paused, looking at them. Enough.
But more interestingly, they were still recording video. So I should have the majority of the conversation on tape.
She laid a hand on JD's arm. He closed his eyes, and she could feel him pull the rage back under control. You okay? Anger isn't normally your style.
Yeah. Talk later.
Even his mental voice sounded strange, but she let it go and focused on Waris, looking at her. That helped her mind kick in, and she frowned. Sir, do you know how much of the videotape has been released? Or even discussed? The man shrugged.
No. I mean, I heard it was pretty horrific, so they shut down all access to it outside of the legal process. Which means I'm sure rumors have gotten out, but I haven't heard any details.
McKenna turned to look after the figure of Raoul going into one of the buildings. Then how would he know details about it? And no one has ever said anything to me. But how did they know we would be there at the zoo? I didn't think our exact schedule had been publicized. How did they know to be waiting for us? I mean, I know the rape tape part got leaked, which I am not happy about. In the weeks that followed, she had not spent any time thinking about the act itself, only about focusing on the children, making sure they were okay. Now she did think about it.
Wait, what? Rape?
They raped me, both to try to break me, and if I didn't comply, they would rape the kids. She shrugged. I don't want to dwell on it. I took my blood price out of them. Her smile showed all her teeth. But I had a reporter saying that he had seen it and thought I should know parts of it had gotten out. Morris looked at her with wide eyes. How in the world did a reporter get a hold of it? He said someone had slipped it to him. JD, were there reporters at the scene when they found me?
Sure.
His voice still had the echoes of a growl in it.
I thought they figured out something was going down, followed us and waited. I don't remember if anyone actually talked to them or what they got. Most of my attention focused on finding you.
By the time he finished talking, he'd lost the growl, and the thoughtful look grew on his face.
And the after-action report following the shooting of Kayla came up inconclusive. The driver had been drugged unconscious, and they found him at the zoo behind a dumpster.
Warris looked at them, then glanced at the door where Raoul had entered. Are you implying one of your fellow officers might have been involved in the abduction of you and the children, Largo? McKenna bit her lip, then shook her head.
Implying no.
But I am concerned that not only did he know about the rape, but also the drugs and training of the kids.
But rumors fly fast, and there is nothing he said that he couldn't have heard. Everything he said could have been gleaned from watching the tapes, I assume. Though I am concerned anyone thinks I had anything to do with planting the drugs, or Hector leaving so we could get these positions. That will make our time here very unpleasant.
Morris nodded. Point. I'll take care of that aspect. People should be arriving soon enough. Let me go talk to some people, and I'll be back in our squad room in 20. You'll find your nameplates on your desks. Go settle in. With that comment, he turned and waved at other people who had witnessed the scene. McKenna saw Kirk hiding in the back and didn't know whether to smile or roll her eyes. Her mood dimmed. She hitched a shoulder at JD and moved back towards the buildings, her coffee now cold. Would you think it insane of me to call and check on Charlie? She asked, her voice low.
Insane? No. Counterproductive? Probable. He knows how to get a hold of us, and I'm pretty sure that qualified as an empty threat.
But not positive.
No. Talk to him tonight. Let's find our desks. I don't doubt that Warris will be right behind us.
She nodded, and they headed in. But she kept an eye open just in case Raoul waited for them. The way to the office remained clear, and they entered the empty space. The desks were scattered in 2 rough rows, pairs of desks facing each other. In the back corner, the least popular space she assumed, sat 2 empty desks, except for nameplates and computer equipment. Pulling out the desk chair, she sat down and opened the drawers, most of them empty, which implied she could fill them. A computer sat on one side with a keyboard and monitor. Pulling it up, she logged into the system, and then had no idea what to do. I know nothing about this job, she admitted in a half-whisper. Even so, it seemed to echo in the empty room. JD gave her a look.
You managed to handle everything that has come at you lately. I'm pretty sure you'll handle this. But I do need to get a notebook and some pens. I'll feel naked without it.
Without that?
I'm still trying to get used to not carrying 20 pounds around my waist.
The banter helped lift her spirit, and she turned her attention to the inside of the squad room. Images of people with warrants out for them were on one wall, as well as stats. Getting up, she moved closer, then lost a bit of the good humor. It had the month-to-date and year-to-date death tolls due to drug use and drug crime statistics broken out by age range and gender. The numbers for children 12 to 16 made her nauseous. I guess I get to use my ability to see if maybe I can make that number lower. Do my job to the best of my ability. I doubt they'll just throw us out there. I need to focus. Learn what I can and do the best damn job I can. But most importantly, make sure I come home to Charlie. The thought made her smile, and she turned with a new focus as the door pushed open and a few men came in, looking up at her and nodding, their faces wary. She'd noted she would be the only woman working in the squad. It remained to be seen if that would be an asset or not.
Everyone busied themselves working at their desks, the awkward silence hanging in the room. Waris entered the room and stopped, dragging every eye to him just by his presence. Listen up, I'd like to clear the air here and put forth some information that you don't know. 1. Detectives Largo and Davidson accepted and received these jobs before they came back to work, as Largo was on leave and Davidson on personal time. The issue with Olson had nothing to do with them. 2nd, IA has received confirmation that Olson was skimming from busts and dealing on the side. IA is dealing with that, but no one else is under suspicion. As for Hector, Waris sighed. This information will be coming out soon enough, and Hector specifically didn't want anyone to know until he was gone. But he has prostate cancer. No one had made a sound when he talked about Olson, but a sharp intake of breath went through the room when he talked about Hector's cancer. He is entering treatment this week and has promised to keep me informed as to his status. Now, that being said, I'd like to welcome McKenna Largo and J.D. Davidson to the team. They are both shifters, and we had just finished proving some interesting abilities to an impartial panel of judges. We will try to not abuse their abilities, but I expect to make use of them. He nodded at everyone and headed for his office, calling over his shoulder as he went. Debrief in 10, Laredo and Guinness, you're teaming up with the newbies for a while. That seemed to break the ice, and a lean, tall man with a cowboy hat, brown hair, chewing on a piece of gum, headed over, followed by a man who all but screamed Irish, with pale skin, freckles, red hair and mustache, and green eyes. Welcome to NARC, I'm Lauren Laredo, the cowboy said, holding out his hand to shake. What did he mean by special abilities? The redhead smiled at them. My name's Sean McGinnis, but everyone just calls me Guinness. Just might be my beer of choice. Everyone shook hands, and McKenna shrugged. Turns out I can smell drugs as good as or better than a trained canine unit. An advantage to being able to decipher the scents. I'll be teaching JD as we go along. Right now, the biggest problem is I don't know all the drug scents. Laredo and Guinness looked at each other, then back at them with slow, wide smiles crossing their faces. Well then, I'd say first thing on our schedule will be heading down to the evidence locker for you two to lay your noses on everything, Laredo said, a soft drawl coming out as the smile gleamed. If you prove as good as my fantasies are hoping, these dealers won't know what hit them. McKenna grinned back, her predator smile slipping out. That is my hope too, because I'm pretty damn sure they helped fund my little adventure. I wouldn't mind a chance at some payback.